Deputy Governor is here. My wife is here. The Honorable Minister of Health is here. Sir Dr. Emeka Ofo is here. The Honorable Speaker is here. The Honorable members, including the Honorable member representing you, Noble, is here. And several of our SSG, the team, Anambra government has come again to Okpoko. The federal government has also come. Minister of Health, we are going to your own zone very soon. Sir E, Noble, where are they? I mean, I haven't seen the inhabitants, but you as the honorable member,
they are inside the hospital.
They are inside the hospital. Because we are driving from here to there. This is Mgbuka, Amazu, Emekekwe Road. Okay?
Yes.
Mgbuka, Amazu, Emekekwe Road. That's part of the 15 kilometers or so of road completed here. And this big slum. We came here 3 years ago. And the biggest slum in the southeast, if not in Nigeria. And 3 years after, I think we can say the difference is... Is the difference clear?
Yes.
Last year I was here and we commissioned a few things. We are back again. This is our 3rd anniversary. 3 years ago today, 18th of March 2022, I came to Okpoko. I was sworn in on the 17th. 18th, I started work at Okpoko. And that vision to turn Okpoko from being a slum to new heaven began 3 years ago. And today, is Okpoko turning to new heaven? Is Okpoko turning to new heaven? I think for this one, we cut this step. The honorable member, through you, the representative of the people, you hold it, Sir E. The tape. And on behalf of the Anambra and the stakeholders, because every Umunna, every village in Anambra, every village, every Umunna in the southeast, and I would dare to say that there is no state in Nigeria whose citizens are not here in Okpoko. True or false? Okpoko is home for all. And therefore, when we cut this, it's quite auspicious that the Honorable Minister of Health is here with us. We are going to the General Hospital, the first that this place has had since the creation of Adam and Eve, as it were. So it's quite auspicious that the Honorable Minister of Health is here with us. So, to the glory of God, I think we have the honorable member representing this zone, and Sir Dr. Emeka Ofo, our quintessential, is through Anambra, to cut this step to the glory of God.
Justin, please, we are live, please. Sorry. Wait. Please, we're live. I'm going back. Wait. See. Hold on, watch. Come here. Ah. Watch it. What are watching?
Sorry.
Boss, relax now. Spouse my bed. Sorry. Let's go. Come on now. Come here. Bend down. Hold on, bend down. Move now. I know. Just do. Hey, boss, I Come this side. Stay well. Let's go left. Walk too fast, Watch you. No problem.
State anthem. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to waste time here. But before we do anything, to make Anambra State better. And that is what we are experiencing here today, giving those who do not have say in the society say in their lives. I am talking about Professor Chukuma Charles Soludo CFR, Mr. Solution. 20 Mr. Solution. And he's here with his amiable wife, the First Lady of Anambra State, Dr. Manya Soludo. Please put your hands together for her and call her Miri. And we also have in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, the Minister for Health. Honorable Minister is here with us, Professor Ali Pate. We welcome you and say thank you and welcome to Anambra State. We also have in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Governor of Anambra State, Dr. Okpoko. You're welcome, sir. And the Speaker of the Anambra State House of Assembly is also here. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about our right honorable Somto Chukwu Udes. and other members of the House of Assembly here, especially the House member represented here, Honorable Noble Igwe. We also introduce, ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Anambra State Tonsorial Council, talking about His Royal Majesty, Igwe Dubem Chidubem Iweka, Iweka the Third. Ogalagidi, we welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome all the members of ESCO here and the Abga stalwarts here and everyone from Okpoko, from Anambra State, who have come to experience this great work that Mr. Governor has done for his people. You know, he's a man who believes that if you do not have anybody to speak for you and you're from here, you will have a say. That is this man. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will not waste time here. So we now call on the resident doctor of this great facility to come and give us a short welcome remarks. The resident doctor, please, for a short remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I would have been failing woefully in my duty as the MC if I failed to recognize our own Sir P, Sir Emekofo, Sir E, sorry, we welcome you. Wow, Chief Barrister Olisametu is also here. Thank you so much for being here. I think we'll have a little change in this program. Let me invite Mr. Commissioner for Health, Anambra State, Dr. Afam Ben Obedike, to give us a short welcome remarks.
Yeah, thank you so much. First, Mr. Governor, thank you. Mommy, thank you so much for coming. Deputy Governor, and also our Minister. Prof, thank you so much. And Sa'i, thank you, sir, for coming. We're happy. Our Speaker, thank you so much. And Ndigwe, thank you so much. I want everybody, other person, I recognize these school members. First is this. Here that Minister, sir, you'll be surprised at the population here. Well, I will give you a statistic person, just like our governor. But our governor will always tell you, how do you verify? How do you know these statistics? So this is how we battle it. Mr. Governor, when we are coming, yes, when we are coming, we just drive some inside Okpoko so that Minister will see a bit of inside Okpoko. So we deliberately did that anyway. So this Okpoko, yes, this Okpoko is one of the biggest one, as Mr. Governor said, with a population of over 500, or call it 500 or 500,000 anyway. You can imagine they don't have a facility, second facility where they seek for health. Now, another thing you may interest to know, sir, is this hospital, where Mr. Governor 3 years ago said that we are going to build this hospital here. If you enter here, you can't stand here. As you are standing here, you will start sinking inside. Completely swamped area. In fact, to reclaim this land, to build this, I'm sure if Mr. Governor, if it's now, Mr. Governor will tell us, is this best way to spend the Anambra's money? That's the truth of the matter. It was huge amount of money to reclaim this land that will build this hospital. That's the truth of the matter. Because he was determined that we are going to have this hospital here. That is very important. Now, most importantly, sir, in the agenda on MAMI, reduction of maternal mortality, I want to tell you is that, Mr. Governor, 2 years ago, we started free antenatal free delivery in Anambra State. We have had cases as of last February, women that have benefited from it. And cesarean sessions, we have 344 cesarean sessions. Honorable Minister, sir, not all of them, we didn't have any single mortality. That's what we recorded in the state. So Mr. Governor is strategic in ensuring that Anambra State will have zero mortality, and I'm happy that we have actually keyed into some of the program. When we are discussing, Minister, sir, we said that I was telling you this morning, last night we were here at 9 p.m., a woman delivered 9 p.m. Before I could get to my house around 11:30, they called me another woman has delivered. This morning when I came, one woman delivered around 9. As we are going to pick in the airport, twins. A woman delivered twins. And the most important thing that the woman that delivers twins is a keep operation. You know, a lot of things that surrounds it. So we have just not built a hospital. We have equipped the hospital with human resources for help that could be able to take a keep operation, twins gestation with surrounding complications. They are all here. And all of the women say that as long as it's a man that is going to be a ripate, so you have a ripate here. And the woman that delivered yesterday said that the name of the daughter is going to be Nonye. So they have all the women here. So most important thing in this, we have not just built hospital, because buildings does not make hospital. Mr. Governor employed people here. We have 2 consultants, consultant obstetric and gynecologists and consultant pediatrician. With this area, we are sure that we are going to take care of complications. Then we also have other medical doctors and medical officers, and also other subspecialty, dental section, eye section, eye section that print here. We have not commissioned this hospital, but we have gotten more than 2,000 patients that this hospital are taking care of, and more than 30 deliveries without commissioning. So the population you are seeing here is not, they are happy, but they are also happy that we built a mortuary here, because initially when people die, there is no place to take the person. So mortuary is part of the thing that's built here. So we are happy that we are here to commission the hospital. And also, more important is this. Honorable Minister, you'll be coming frequently because you'll be tired of coming, because Mr. Governor have invested heavily in the healthcare system. There is a trauma center. When you came to visit him last year, October, he told you he's starting a trauma center. Confidently that the trauma center is completed, and you will definitely come back to come and commission it again. So there is a specialist hospital we have in Fege. It's a hospital, a local government without a hospital, highly populated again, completed specialist hospital. So when we talk about specialist hospital, we found out what we are going to see here is a child spray to what we are going to see there. And the other hard local government had to reach area, it has already gotten the secondary care facility.
Legacy for in
Anambra State. This hospital is also going to serve as a hub in all the primary health care center that surrounds the area. Let me not talk much, Honorable Minister. The Mr. Governor did not just only consult his hospital. If you go and look there, you saw an ambulance system well equipped that he has built. This also key into the state national emergency medical service and ambulance system that we are championing. And I'm sure you say, give us the credit that we are the first state that started emergency medical ambulance system in the country. That's the state. And finally, Mr. Governor, I want to say this. Mr. Governor, Honorable Minister, sir, 6 months ago, the Commissioner for Health did what we call know your number, maintain your number. I want to tell you categorically, I gave the idea then because Mr. Governor did that 2 years ago in Anambra State. We are the first state we did what we call solution, know your number and maintain your number. We did free diabetes, hypertension, and cholesterol level to dictate the non-communicable disease threat in the state. And that is one of the major things I know you are working to. And also the Mr. Governor has done that 2 years ago, and we are still working on that. So we are happy. Yeah, Anambra State is your home, and we will continue to work together. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. I'm so excited, Mr. Governor, we are seeing this happen today, because initially it didn't look quite possible. But with you, Mr. Governor, he always tells us that as long as you can dream it, it can happen. And today it had happened. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Governor. There's something you didn't mention. Honorable Minister, there's something you didn't mention completely. He said that there's something they have here. They have what they call flag off or free surgery for people with scrotal swelling due to hydrocele. In this place we call it EB. So they do it here, and they're going to flag it off. And then flag off also the new whole program for people with elephantiasis. That is what we call it here. Those big legs, they flag it off here today. So ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, let me invite that man that once you see him, we call him Oluwatogu. It means no work scares him. He doesn't tell what the work is. Just tell him, and he will tell you, I will do it, and you will do it. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR, Mr. Solution.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Hi, Okpoko. Okpoko kweno. Ndo Okpoko na kweba. Ndo Okpoko na eba. Uno ni ya? Thank you. May I not hear that one? No? Thank you. I know today is a very historic date. 3 years ago, actually, I was sworn in on the 17th of March. That was 3 years yesterday. The next day, the next morning, we started our work here in Okpoko, the biggest urban slum in the southeast, if not in the country. No roads, no water, no electricity, no hospital, nothing. But where you have more than 500,000 people, you haven't, Honorable Minister, you haven't seen anything yet. Igwe, Ayabia. That's the chairman of Anambra Traditional Rulers Council, Ezi Weka, Ezi Obosi. And Ndei Chair, the Deputy Governor, the First Lady, Sai, the Speaker, Akajugo, Igwe Apuga, none. See him wearing our, you say that is the traditional ruler of Apuga. See his own cap. I want to welcome all of you who are joining us on this trip again. For me, it's a walking visit as usual. You can see how I'm dressed in my jeans and canvas and just ready to go and run, because we have come here again on a walking visit. We've come to inspect the road. There are still ongoing projects, yet uncompleted. But we have also come to commission some of the completed ones. Because when we came, they didn't have water, isn't it? This hospital, I'm sure you have water here. We have now water scheme. We are going to be commissioning one as well. You have roads, over 15 kilometers now completed and still many more ongoing. Street light, water scheme, and what else do you want? Our dream, and I will say it over and over again, our dream for Okpoko is that the dry bones will rise again. The dry bones will rise again. From the slum, over 500,000 people living in the most despicable urban squalor. Okpoko is gradually, you told us that it's no longer Okpoko, it's now New Heaven. Is that New Heaven? Is that New Heaven? Good. So, here we have come on a brief stop. We've just commissioned Mgbuka Amazu road. And then, from here we commissioned this. We're going again to commission another set of roads before we end up at St. Luanga. Isn't that? I think that's where the Okpoko community is waiting to receive us. So we just cut the tape at these two places and we go to the place for the main event, as it were, where we'll say a formal welcome to the Honorable Minister and to all of you. So, here today, I want to, in a special way, say congratulations to the women who have just delivered. New children, one of them, Alepate, another one, Nonye, and so on and so forth. So, the Honorable Minister, we are following in your leadership in this area of health. And I want to tell on the Anambra and the world that here in the Honorable Minister, we have a world-class leader in this area of health. If we can't fix Nigeria's health sector with him in charge, then I don't know who or when. We appreciate your leadership, your emphasis on primary health, the secondary, the tertiary, paying attention to the entire ecosystem of our healthcare delivery. I will assure you, Honorable Minister, we are following very carefully. As you throw one step and tell us to run here, we'll bet you here in Anambra we'll run 5 ahead. Because we were very intentional about prioritizing healthcare. For us, human capital, particularly health and education, and caring for the vulnerables happen to be the fulcrum of our administration. Human capital is our number one, is our biggest asset here in the state. And for us, if you miss it, you've missed everything. For education, here in Okpoko, we're massively rebuilding public education. Because we know that if you want to test the strength of any system, you go to the weakest link. The primary health is often the weakest link in the health care delivery. The public sector education is often the weakest link in our educational delivery. And we have prioritized this. And we are looking forward to that time so far now for 2023, 2024. There is this presidential challenge for schools, teachers, and so on and so forth. Anambra brought home some buses and vehicles from the presidency. And guess what? The best teacher in Nigeria for 2023-2024 happened to be teachers in Anambra's public school. Anambra's public school. Public education, and our dream is that someday children from the public schools will once again become the champions of the world. And here in Okpoko, our dream is that from the slum, people forgotten, and a lot of people know this as den of criminalities and so on, people forgotten with no skills, hustling day to day. As you've seen this hospital, we expect that in some months or even a year or so to come, we'll come back because we've seen the land. As we reclaim this place, we are reclaiming more. There will be the technical dream is that someday we will see children here hitherto forgotten rise up, attending public schools, and become the geniuses that will rule the world. That's our dream, from slum to the pinnacle of wealth and technology in the world. That's our dream for Okpoko. And we are laying the foundations very deliberately, in terms of their education, in terms of their health. We're now going to have the tech center, skill acquisition, skill enhancement, and tech center, and recreational facilities here in Okpoko. So, Ndi Okpoko, I can equip so na amata barobins amata. Ona na nuku even neku. Amata barobins amata. My name again. So don't bother. We are coming. All those gully erosions that used to harass you and drown people every year, all over, they are over, and we are tackling them seriously. Thank you very much. I just want to cut it short and give the Honorable Minister maybe a minute to say hello to our people, and then we cut the tape. My wife says she wants to see those who have, the women who have just delivered. I hope we'll do that in 1 minute, and then we'll leave. Yeah.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Anambra State, Professor Soludo, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Her Excellency, the First Lady, Her Royal Majesty, other leaders here in Anambra, my own elder brother, Sir Emeka Ofo, and other gentlemen, and the distinguished people of Okpoko, or I will say New Heaven, Good afternoon to you. I think I'm overwhelmed to see the amazing transformation of this area. I think I was here last year and I learned about this work, and I'm very glad that you invited me to come and see the beginnings of a transformation, of a new era in this particular area. I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency, for your amazing leadership, for your steadfastness, and for your focus on what matters to the people of Anambra State and the people of Okpoko. I think investing in health and education, the basis of any meaningful development, I think is the right thing to do. And that very much aligns, in my own view, with what my boss, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is also trying to do, to focus on the health and well-being of Nigerian people. And this is a good example. So congratulations, and congratulations to the people of Okpoko. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Watch the cable. They go.
Soludo, to the glory of God and for the benefit of all the citizens of Anambra and benefit of humanity. And God bless. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
More they go.
Only my
Go for you.
His massive intervention. Governor Soludo is deeply committed to his urban regeneration agenda. His massive intervention is deeply committed to his urban regeneration agenda. His massive interventions in Okpoko leaves much to be desired, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come. Soludo is deeply committed to his urban regeneration agenda. His massive interventions in Okpoko is deeply committed to his urban regeneration agenda. His massive interventions in Okpoko.
Yes. The second factor, because we buy and sell in our Nigerian naira, would mean if you're converting crude from the US dollar to naira, it will mean that if the exchange rate is higher, then it means that the prices will also be higher. And when it's lower, it means that the prices will be lower.
Yeah.
Again, the aim of this is that once you have an atmosphere for competition, then it means that some people are refining, some people are importing. But the aim of everything is for everybody to get to what you call, on the refining side, an ex-refinery price, and then a landed price for those who are importing. Bottom line, a customer is able to drive in and determine, this is where I want to go and buy from. Maybe the look and feel, maybe just the price. But that can only happen in an environment that is competitive. So,
A competitive environment.
That's correct.
So deregulation has thrown us into that competitive market. Is that what you're saying?
without a shadow of a doubt, because think about it, and let's back up a bit. There were times when the only supplier was the national oil company.
Yeah.
So whether we liked it or not, we were bound to buy from the national oil company because they sold to everybody else. We also came from somewhere where we hadn't been able to refine petroleum products for over a decade. So you see, two things happened with deregulation. It had fostered the atmosphere for people to come and compete. It had removed the ceilings. And then I think the magic bullet, quote and unquote, was the fact that a refinery, a super refinery came on board. So, I mean, I think we're on the right track so far.
Well, my next question would be deregulation and post-PIA passage and all of that. Where are we? But that competition that everyone expects, some believe that the role of the national oil company still remains very important in all of this.
When you say the role, let's put it in perspective.
Okay.
The national oil company could be a player or a regulator.
It can't be both.
It cannot, it should not be
Should
both.
not be both.
So now if the national oil company is a player, then what it means is that she plays her part in that competition, while the regulator determines what is fair and right in the industry. So let's just back up a bit. The national oil company has assets that she's going to, and I'll use the word sweat. So while she has crude oil, she has JV agreements, joint venture agreements in terms of crude.
Yeah.
But she also plays on the retail space with what you call NNPC retail.
Yeah.
Now, that said, it means that she owns refineries. So let's say in the value chain, she's totally integrated. If she's integrated, then she should be very, very important in playing a part to, let me say, balanced competition. That said, there's also people who for 20 years, 30 years have owned what you call depot and tank farms. Their only job has been, they've invested and they've invested for 20 years or more. So what it does mean is that they must also be able to look from their trading platforms and trigger to say, what do I want to get at a landing cost into Nigeria? I already have retail outlets, so I can push some of my products through my retail outlets. I have trucks, I have BRVs, so I can move them from point A to point B. So they play across that supply and distribution space. But Tolu, don't forget, when we started this conversation, we started this by saying that we had removed subsidy.
Yeah.
So May 29, 2023 was subsidy is gone. So it allowed different people come into the space as long as they had the capacity and capability to come and compete for prizes.
There's a fear of monopoly in that market.
There's always going to be a fear of monopoly when someone is the market leader. So let's go back again. We've talked about refineries. There's only one refinery in Nigeria that has a 650,000 barrel nameplate capacity. There's nobody that touches that. So it does mean that while we say that regulation must be tight, competition must also be more. Because what you're trying to do is ensure that nobody takes an undue advantage of the market and forestalls or prevents competition. If that happens, then we will be moving from a national oil company monopoly to a refinery monopoly. So the regulators need to be up and doing things like price revelation templates to say that, how did you get your landed cost? How did you get your ex-refinery cost? How much are you taking out? Does it give an undue advantage to the market leader or otherwise? So I think those are the things that come up when you look at a deregulated society.
It's an interesting conversation. And for me, before we move to gas, which I want us to really talk about, I want to get your views around that. The issue of consumption. Just a few days ago, Mr. Bismarck Rewani still said it at a function, 17 million liters per day and all of that. There's been this back and forth around that. At first, when subsidy was removed, we heard that there was a decline with regards to those figures. But now again, we are getting back. What do you make of that? How can we, a bit of accuracy when it comes to that? I know we have regulators, we have the authority and all of that, but what do you think as an expert needs to be done in that space?
I think that data is missing, and I've said this on a lot of fora. Data is missing. So look at it this way, Tolu. If a vessel brings in, and I'm just going to use a few numbers, 20,000 metric tons. Once it drops that into a tank, you distribute it to retail stations.
Yeah.
Now, whatever is going to be sold or whatever is sold is what goes through the nozzle.
Yep.
So if you assume that I've moved 45,000 liters from a depot to a retail station and put it in the underground tank, if I only sell 10,000 liters a day, it means that my consumption as a station is 10,000 liters a day, not 45,000 liters a day, which is the delivery. So I think to a large extent, data is missing because we're getting analysis based on numbers that, in my opinion, are bogus. I also think that people are not buying as much as they used to because people are now managing some of their, let me say, their movements. But the days of fill it up, you hear let's fill it up now. In my opinion, we should be banking around 30 or 35 million liters.
I think so too.
This is my
35.
opinion.
That's what we should be doing. If really we're going to look at the pricing and the level of what we've been. Well, let's shift. The focus is now on CNG, and everyone is talking about cleaner energy. You know, let's move away. Energy transition is on the line and all of that. But let's focus on our country and efforts being made by government. We've seen lots of executive orders around that space trying to make sure that is more attractive, I think, for investors. Right. But what do you make of the efforts of President Bola Tinubu, of course, spearheaded by the SA, Oluverejane and all of that? What do you make of that, and how well do you think we are moving in track, we are aligning with use of clean energy?
I think to a large extent, and if we talk about Oluverejane, I think she is someone, in my opinion, who is focused.
Yeah, everyone is saying that.
So whether the president did right or wrong, what he's done is that he's picked someone who's focused enough to drive the issue. She comes from a gas background.
Oh.
Yes, she comes from a gas background. So think about a few things. The Executive Order 40, which spoke to non-associated gas oil. And the emphasis here is on non-associated, because ideally if you drill a well and you're lucky, or quote unquote, gas comes out, so it's associated. So you have the option of selling your oil and using some of your proceeds to develop your gas. Now, if you go to some gas pockets or gas finds where there is no oil, it is non-associated. So what the president did with Executive Order 40 was to say, I'll give you some fiscal incentives to go into somewhere where you don't find oil to actually bring out gas. So that has worked well. Look at the CNG initiative. The CNG initiative was to try and take some pressure off petrol-driven cars.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's a work in progress. It's cheaper fuel, it's cleaner fuel, but we must also understand that with CNG, compressed natural gas, there are two things that make it happen. You need a mother station, and then you need a daughter station. So assume the mother station is where you do the extraction. Then assume the daughter station is where you fuel into cars. So while cars convert, and that's what the PCNGI has been doing, Presidential CNG Initiative, they're converting cars to move from petrol, and it's a dual fuel, so you could use your petrol. If it finishes, you could switch. That's one thing about CNG. But it also means that more work needs to be done gas, because the farther you go away from a mother station, the more expensive CNG is going to be. So things like the AKK pipeline, that needs to be finished. We've had some successes in something called OB3. OB3 is a combination of gas processing plants. We have what you call the ANO. These are quick wins. You heard about NLNG trying to get to Train 7.
Yeah, Train 7, yeah.
But you look at it, even as NLNG is trying to get to Train 7, they're struggling with the fact that they don't have enough gas. So it's a bit of a conundrum for me that a country that has more gas than oil is struggling. So while the president may have made some good steps, it goes beyond the president. It goes to what happens in the next 4 years, because you can't start the gas journey and then jump off. We're 10 to 15 years late in terms of gas. So these quick wins that we have, like again, ANO, OB3, I think UTM Offshore is doing something in terms of FLNG, yeah. So yes, we have a lot of, but we also need to complete. Tolu is not just to start it. Start it, complete it. The more we can get gas going around in terms of industrialization, transportation, logistics, it's better for it. So we can also now transit in a just energy transition manner. Gas is our comparative advantage. So we must use it to grow. Not discounting oil. Find cleaner ways of drilling oil. But it's the combination of the two that will get us out of darkness.
Well, because many would say it's capital intensive. Do we have the right infrastructure to drive that investment at the moment? That is one thing I always hear too. I don't know if what you think also around that. Are we having the right policies, would I say, in place that would attract the needed investment? We can't drive this alone as government.
Now, look at what we say, and you make a very interesting point. So the question is this: if something is not commercially or commercially viable, it's not going to get bankability. Nobody comes into gas and builds infrastructure for the fact that they have altruistic reasons. No, they do it because they want to be able to see their return on capital. So what that means is that the policies that the president has made, and I will still make, in my opinion, need to be tight. You don't want a policy that someone brings in $2 million, $3 billion, $4 billion, and then halfway into that project or that exercise, there's a political shift, or there's a legal shift. What it means is that the sources of that fund are gone. So we must have policies that are age-long. We must have policies, and one of the things the Executive Order 40 did is that it reduced the entry limits to what you must do to come and, like you want to apply for a permit. Let's assume in the past it was every 6 months. Now it's every 5 years. The volume, if it was 500,000, is now moved to about 5 million or 10 million. So what you're trying to do is put in a structure in place so that people come in and don't need to go back for documentation every year. The aim was also to see how we can make sure that getting to contract signing is done in 6 months. We had issues 3 years, 4 years. Someone is trying to, how is it going to work? When is it going to work? Policy consistency is something that we need to have. Legal framework and sanctity of contracts. And then most importantly, people will come where they see that their returns are secure. So investment will always change returns. So regardless of the color of our problems or the color of where we are, once I see a viable project and it's bankable and I have the assurance that the government contract is tight, investment will still come.
Staying on that, let's look at crude production again. Let's take it back to crude because, like they would always say, we still need crude to do whatever we want to do. That's where the cash is coming from. And you know our budget is also predicated on 2.06 million barrels per day is what we are looking at. But my question really to you would be, the issue of vandalism and oil theft is something that we've also talked about for some time. I know that before now in the Niger Delta region, we used to have this local refiners, you know, burning and all of that. And you see diesel coming up from there. And, you know, they're local refining and all of that. But my question really would be, what's your assessment of efforts of government aimed at addressing or reducing oil theft? And this target, considering what we see moving forward, do you see, is it feasible?
I'm worried about the target. And why do I say so? If you look at what happened in January and February, at the end of January, we had a combination of crude oil and condensate of about 1.7.
1.7, yeah.
It dropped in February. So what that means is that, and this is where I'm going at, if a target of 2.06 needs to be met, then it means that we can't afford to undulate. We must find a way of hitting 1.7 and then incrementally, even if it's 60,000 barrels the next month, so that way we see that there's a trajectory. You must also look at it that we're hearing of less cases of vandalism.
Yeah.
Now, it could be one of two things. The military is doing well, or security agencies are doing well, or it's underreported. I don't know which it is. Or it could be a combination of two. But what it is that we must be able to continue to use community efforts. If a community sees that it's our oil, and they benefit from it's our oil, then ideally they should be the first line of action to secure our product. Conversations within the military, the security agencies need to be a bit more cordial. You don't go into one place, level a set of people and expect they will give you information in future. No, it's not going to happen. So these efforts have to be consistent. The drive also, if you look at what is happening with some of the, let me call it buyovers, Renaissance Group, Shell, you find out that local content is coming in, and that's onshore. We're not talking about offshore drilling now, we're talking about onshore. So you'll find out, like in local palace, local sense might help in terms of nipping some of the agitations in the bud. But the bottom line is that if those are done in a conducive manner, the first direct effect is that investment goes into those wellheads and those places, and you see that there's a ramp up. Before you know it, 100,000 here, 60,000 here, 70,000, it adds to that pot.
True.
And if we do this, again, I say it must be consistent. We can't do it on Monday, Wednesday it's not working right. So policies have to be sacrosanct. The route to growing these things, we have to be intentional. And then I think we have to play less politics when it comes to a lot of these things. We need to face it, decide that, look, this is what happened in Q1. What were the things that didn't allow it to happen? Why didn't we hit 100%? What do we need to do better in Q2? And we begin to grow this. Those are my opinions.
Before we wrap this up, because I know we could go on and on to every show. It's an interesting sector. The role of the marketers again comes to my mind, like the major oil marketers, the Ipman guys, and all of that. It's been back and forth with them with regards to this. Some say they're even losing some money with regards to this drop in price and all of that. Ex-depot prices are this today. They've paid. They've not gotten supply. The next day it's fallen. The next day they've gotten some to their filling stations. They are yet to sell. Price has changed again. Where do you think where do they stand in all of this?
I think to a large extent that it's a 50-50.
Yeah, it is.
And why do I say so? If there's a gain in the market and you have stock, you sell for that gain. Sadly, the reverse is also the case. If there's a loss in the market and you have stock, you lose. So a lot of people say, why not just blend? So the weighted average cost of capital, I had a gain here, I have a loss here. But in trading, we say something fundamentally. You trade out of a problem. So you can't stop. They must just find cleaner ways and then diversify their product base. But I also think that we need to look at how markets drop prices, because the aim is not to kill competition. Again, I must say this. If you kill competition, then what it does mean is that we have gone back from an NOC monopoly to a refinery monopoly. And that should not be allowed. As long as customers are happy today, there are no whiplashes. But we must build a business that is sustainable, and as we continue to grow, the market is able to determine prices in a fair and competitive manner.
What's your outlook generally for the entire market?
But I would say I'm cautiously optimistic. We're getting some things right. We seem to place politics with some others. So if we're focused and the right mind, we talked about the essay to the president on energy.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's a focused mind. So it's surrounding ourselves with people who are a bit more focused in terms of goals and achievements as against playing politics. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I would say that the glass is half full.
Interesting chat with Mr. Jide Pratt, I must say, CEO, owner and country manager, Trade Grid. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right then. Well, it's time to talk markets. Mr. Mgbuka Mohammed is standing by for us to have this conversation. All right then. Before we get Mr. Mohammed, let me take you to some foreign stories. The U.S. Department of Commerce has banned employees from using the Chinese artificial intelligence model DeepSeek on government's issues devised. Now, according to sources, lawmakers have raised concerns about security data, hence the ban. U.S. officials and members of Congress have expressed concerns about the threat of DeepSeek to data privacy and sensitive government information. In February, members of the House Parliament selected Committee on Intelligence. Congressman Josh Gutman and Darren Lahoud introduced the legislation to prohibit DeepSeek on government devices, warning that sensitive information could benefit the Chinese Communist Party. Several states, including Virginia, Texas, and New York, have enacted similar bans, and a coalition of 21 states' attorney generals has urged Congress to pass legislation. And almost finally, representatives from nearly 140 cities worldwide have converged on Taiwan for the Smart City Summit and Expo, establishing the island nation as a global hub for urban innovation solutions. The summit addresses critical challenges facing urban centers, as over 80% of world's population is projected to live in cities by 2050. The event attracted returning delegations eager to tap into Taiwan's expertise in balancing technological advancement with environmental sustainability. Charles Lin, Carson City's deputy mayor, highlights Taiwan's leadership in artificial intelligence applications for urban environments. As cities globally confront rapid growth alongside climate change concerns, the partnership formed at the summit are expected to shape resource management, quality of life improvements, and environmental sustainability for generations to come.
We have been taking the Taiwan Sovereign Generative AI initiative to lead the way. This is the initiative known as the Kaohsiung Sovereign AI Project. The name is the Kaohsiung AI Lighthouse Programs. We have working on these programs for more than half a year. And we aim to enhance urban governance and support industry applications through generative AI solutions.
Greatest challenge here with between governance and government and industry is to be prepared for the new revolution. This is the artificial intelligence, of course, and we need to be very, very careful and very thoughtful about training and reskilling our personals and taking very good care of their workplaces as well.
This is really one of the, probably the most important conference you can go to in the world right now, to partner up between any other country as well as the United States, and more importantly with our partners in Taiwan, who have really cornered the market on all these technological advances that we want to be partners with.
All right, Mr. Mgbuka Mohammed is live for us now to look at market figures for today. Good afternoon, Mr. Mohammed. It's good to have you join the program.
Thank you, Tulu. Good afternoon.
Well, I don't know if the market is reacting to the inflation figures for yesterday, but obviously you can see that the market is down 0.41%. But I'd like to know your reactions. Two-in-one question as we wrap up the show. Your reaction to inflation figures in 30 seconds and market activities today.
Well, my reaction to inflation figure is it's not surprising. We've seen that because of exchange rate stability. We've seen price of petroleum and product comes down, and we have seen an improvement in agricultural output. If you look at that consumer price index, so definitely I'm not surprised at what happened. Now to the market, definitely the market itself is not responding to that data because it has been pricing And then the market does not really respond to inflationary data, but sometimes you see that response comes in terms of companies that are listed in the market that are largely driven by such data, and that is the manufacturing sector or the conglomerate. And if you look at that space today, they were in the red, so definitely that means they have not keyed in those figures into it. The market currently will continue to experience what we are seeing, the ups and the downs, largely driven because of microeconomics issues, not largely only based on microeconomic issues again, but the market needs a trigger in the earnings season, and we have not seen those triggers in terms of results, especially from the financial sector. You have seen that sectors have suffered so much for the past week. You've seen some of the prices that were high before. They are coming down low. Some of them have lost up to 10 to 15% within the past 2 weeks. But when you look at the fundamentals of the market and you look at some of these companies, they are still in their 52 weeks high. So that shows that there's a lot of value in terms of this stock. So the market needs a trigger. That will happen before the end of the month. And normally when that happens, then the first quarter result comes in. Then that is when you begin to know the direction of the market going through the year.
It looks like it's going to be a long one, but we'll stay with it as always. I must thank you so much for your interventions as always on the program. Sir Mukhtar Mohammed, investment banker, stockbroker. Thank you.
Thank you, Tulu.
Well, that's our show today. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Well, we'll continue our analysis around inflation tomorrow as we'll be staying more on the breakdown of inflation for the month of February. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Stay safe and always get the cash.
What food did you need?
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress. The world needs mums. With a splash of golden terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil for pure love.
Terra Cube is available in beef, chicken, jollof, and shrimp flavors at attractive prices of 100, 200, 500 naira, along with Saver and Super Saver packs.
Terra Cube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists' Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
Every second, every minute, every hour, and every day,
time doesn't just tick away. It's a countdown to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m, where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
For over 6 decades, the Bank of Industry, BOI, has been driving Nigeria's industrial development through financial and business support services.
Bank of Industry is one organization that has kept their words with the Nigerian businesses.
I have been able to expand my business from catering, event management, into water production.
A single digit that Bank of Industry offers is the only solution to stay afloat.
BOI Impact, now showing Tuesdays, 9:30 p.m. on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first.
Mr. Solution. Mr. Solution. Yes, so Nano Barrister veteran Chooks as the Wusia, the chairman of Anambra State Disability Rights Commission. We welcome you, sir. No. We want to welcome to Anambra State once again Professor Mohamed Ali Pate, the Honorable Minister for Health, Federal Republic of Nigeria. We welcome you. We say thank you for being here. God bless you for the great job you're doing for Nigeria. You know, when you're working at the federal, Mr. Governor is taking the bold step, complimenting and doing even great jobs here. Chief Ebuka Nukwo, Esibo. Ogamudo Soludo, Ogamudo Soludo, Solution Abiago, Solution Anambra Abiago, Solution Anambra Abiago, Onyabuna Nwanguli, Waramadu Nwanguli na Solution Abiago, Waluatu Egwu Gavaniru. Gabaniru no mo wafuginazu. Solution Anambra kanyi negwu. Solution Anambra kanyi negwu. Na solution abiago. Wokamute. Ogamuta Soludo. Nonyalubu ye Soludo, no nyalumo ye Soludo, no nyalumo na yikalele. Wawuye Soludo, wawuye Soludo, no nyalumo, adadelu niwe deluma, no nyalumo. Wawuye Soludo, adadelu niwe deluma, no yikale. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Let's take our seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to our seats. Take your seats. Mr. Governor of Anambra State is here. The First Lady of Anambra State is here. All to Mr. Solution to pledge our allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rise for the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Anambra State Anthem.
With all our hearts, we pray and ask, God bless Anambra, God bless the shining light that we bear. We're the only ones to make her brighter, the only ones to make her better, the only ones to make Anambra shine. With our sweat and blood, every breath of our lives, with trust in God, we will lift our homeland high. We believe in togetherness, we'll build a land of progress. Lift the spirit of Anambra, lift the spirit of Anambra, lift the spirit of Anambra, states we love.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be seated Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, ndị be anyị nọ. Onye nọ n'etiti unu tata. Bụ nwoke bịa wee sị na Okpoko ga-adị mma. Biko, bute na ọjị ọsịsọ. Ọjị unu nwere fast. The PG, President General, Chief Sir Charles Ezokafo, biko bute na ọjị. Okay, Mr. Governor Seveloji, unu mara ka esi awa ọjị, onye kwesịrị iwe ọjị. Biko, ọ bụ na amalụ ka esi eme ife ọjị, PG, ọjị osisi ebujego. So, unu mazialụ ka esi eme onye ga-awa ọjị, enye igwe eji ekwu okwu. Ọwa ọjị. Biko, kedu onye na-awa ọjị? The President General. Biko, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing the Colonel rituals. If you understand Igbo culture and tradition, when you come to somebody's house, the first thing he does is to offer you Colonel. You know, we revere Colonel, but we're going to do this very fast. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hand over the microphone to the President General of Okpoko Community to break the kola nut.
I know one audio. Because you quite like a work on Caribbean, but say about that. So, no, Jikajinaka, if I watch Udo. Oje Kene, Tata ka Governor Ibia, Gobia, Fundio Nachi, Okpoko. A Webley help Malama when you're on. Biko Aina Yokwa, Odema, Aina Governor. Biko, Kayobuna, I could almost in Gatata, Moiva Kaine, Kaka Odenia, Kaodemania, Nolini non ally, Aina Kenia, Manen Nequaya, Nakoya, Loya Kali, and Kologolalu. Biko Gozioja. Tata Tando, Tata Rican, Tata Funanya, Udona, Jesus, Tonyawanyo. Ojim Wari no.
Tony Amata Pago.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have broken the kola nut. But I want to tell Okpoko people a little about the man that have come to see you. Unamaloene batata. Onye no n'etiti mgbe onye selu na ọ ga-adịla Okpoko na mma. Ọba ka ọ nọ bido ọlụ. 2022 ọ batara n'ọchịchị. Tata ka o melu 3 years ọ bịara ebe a. Okpoko wee dị etu ọ dị. Tata ụzọ kalịla akali n'Okpoko. Ọkụ na-enwu n'Okpoko, mmiri na-agba n'Okpoko, unu enwegokwu General Hospital, unu ama akụ aka, tụọ onye Mr. Solution abịago n'Okpoko. Onye nna agwa unu maka ya bụ nwoke Chineke zitere ka Anambra fụ ife. I am talking about no less a man than Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR, Mr. Solution, tụọ onye Mr. Solution ọzọ. Anu Mozo, Wunye, the wife of the governor, is also here. Anime Kumaka, Dr. Nonye Soludo, the first lady of Anambra State, Kwaloniaka, Tuonia Minigulegu. We also have in our midst the deputy governor of Anambra State, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim. Aina Sigin no, Mr. Deputy Governor. The Secretary to the State Government of Anambra State is also here. We are talking about Professor Solo Ositadim Machuku Lobelo. That's one mado. No. Oh, the Speaker of the Anambra State House of Assembly is here. Ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't seen clearly. Right Honorable Somto Chukwu Udeze, we welcome you. Yes. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Chief of Staff to Mr. Governor is also here. Yes, His Honor Chinedu Ngoye, Glamo. I hear I should hand over the microphone first to Monsignor to offer some prayers because this is a church. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Monsignor to lead us in opening prayer.
Please, may we stand, please. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Permit me to read just one verse from the Bible to describe what we are doing today. I'm reading from Isaiah chapter 9, verse 2 and verse 3. The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that lived in the darkness of shadow of death, great light have shone upon them. Almighty God, that is what we celebrate, we that live in Okpoko today. That great light has shone upon all of us, and we are happy that within 3 years, great transformation took place in the lives of all of us living here. From those who live in Basha to those who live in mansion. That Okpoko has transformed thanks to a great leader that you have sent to us. We thank you for today. We thank you for the great work he has done among us, from which we are reaping. We thank you because through him, you have transformed our thinking, our way of thought, and our way of behavior. May this great work which you, O God, started in him, continue to yield fruit in Okpoko, and lead him to the second tenor he is about to enter, to the greater glory and honor of your name, through Jesus Christ our Lord. You may sit down.
Thank you, Monsignor. Thank you very much. Without wasting time, ladies and gentlemen, may I let us know, Kaigwandi Mado, now the chairman of the Anambra State Traditional Rulers Council is here. His Royal Majesty, Igwe Chidubem Iweka, S. Iweka III, S. Obosi Ogalagidi. Please, Tuonie Igwe. Now let me invite the mayor of Obaru local government area for a very short welcome remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I crave your indulgence to welcome this afternoon. Today being a special day to the people of Obaru. Today being 18th day of March 2025. I can see my people. They are overwhelmed with what we saw on the ground, on the tremendous change that His Excellency has done to Obaru, especially to Okpoko people. I want to thank His Excellency, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, CFR, Udenibu Anambra, and his amiable wife for being here for us. I want to thank my leader so much, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Onyekachi Bezim, the Speaker, our own Speaker, our own son, our leader in Obaru, Right Honorable Somto, there's a PhD in Nabueni, and the member representing Obaru Constituency 1. Without wasting much of our time, what we have seen on the ground here today will speak for itself, and I have just short words to tell to my people. We are overwhelmed with what Governor and his administration has done for Obaru people. And what we owe him today By November 8th, we are going to come out en mass in all the nooks and crannies of Obaru to cast our votes for who no other person in Anambra State than the only working governor, the governor that knows the needs of his people, the governor that has a passion for the downtrodden, the governor that has changed our life from slum to elevation. He has elevated us. We are now enjoying at everywhere in Obaru. Please, His Excellency, keep the tempo on. We as Oliver Twist is still begging for the ones you promised us down to the constituency too, that soon, Ogui-Bele Road and Ogu-Anocha Road will now have a very positive response on the promise you made for us. I believe God will bless your administration abundantly. Our welcome address has been handed over to your protocol for you to vet properly when you get home. Thank you everybody that is here to give a sound welcome to our governor. All to Anambra, Anambra, Okpoko, we welcome you. Thank you, His Excellency. We overwhelm. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the mayor of Obaru local government area. Without wasting time, let's invite the member representing Obaru 1 constituency, talking about Honorable Noble Igwe Nkenke Nyinachi Igwe Nyoso, African tallest man, the great noble.
APGA! 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 Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Mr. Speaker, please, for want of time, let me jump protocols. And what I'm much to say today, one thing that is certain is that who much is given, much is what? Expected. Okpoko people have seen the light of solution government. We are so much happy to welcome you to Okpoko, now New Heaven. We want to tell you one certain thing. Come November 8th, this year, we have 221 polling units in constituency 1 here. We are guaranteeing you that we will win the 221 polling unit without mincing word. Because you have shown us much love and we must reciprocate. You have given us hospital, you have given us road, you have given us light, you have given us water. But we still want to answer Oliver Twist. Yesterday, you fulfilled the promise you made to our vigilante. You told us 10, but we let us all 15. We want to say thank you, sir. The motorcycle will help us in combating crime in Okpoko and beyond. We are begging you to remember D-Line. D-Line is a very bad area in Okpoko. As we are doing more, we know that God will continue to provide for you to help us in Okpoko. May God bless you. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Thank you, sir.
Please put your hands together for him. Without wasting time, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Sir Somtochukwu Udeze, who incidentally is also representing the good people of Obaru 2 constituency in the Anambra State House of Assembly, will now come forward to say welcome to Mr. Governor. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Speaker.
APGA, APGA, Apuga, Odenibo. On behalf of Obaru, the people of Obaru, the great people of Obaru, want to welcome you to Obaru. This is not your first time of coming, and this won't be the last time we will be coming to Obaru. A day of celebration is coming. The day you will join the people of Obaru to celebrate with us for the victory
that will come November 8th. Odenibo, I want to use this opportunity to apologize to you for what happened 3 years ago. Ogbaru was one of the local government that he lost the election. We are apologizing to you. It will never, ever happen again. It will never, ever happen again. This is an assurance. Even before you contested for governorship in 2010, I recall you have always discussed about Okpoko. It's a dream for you, and you have actually actualized it today in Ogbaru. We will appreciate you, but the only way we appreciate you is when the people of Ogbaru will visit you after November 8th to say thank you, Mr. Governor. Dalu, Mr. Governor, you're welcome to Ogbaru, Dalu.
Please, a round of applause for him. Now, Ndi Okpoko, it is time to invite that man, Sinoga Adilunu Namma. Unamoyenne Kumakia. Moke Selena Okpoko Gaganiru, Nunu Gesi from slum, Banandie Jamatu. Nunu Gabusi, Unu Jakun Kusian on New Heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I invite Professor Chukuma Charles Soludo, CFR, Mr. Solution. Kamuta Soludo, Charlie Wamba Wani Seve, Solution Abiago, Anambra. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okpoko kweno. Ndị Okpoko nọkwa ebe a. Ndị be anyị Okpoko nọkwa ebe a. Unu nọkwa ya Okpoko mụọnụ. Okpoko zụọnụ. Okpoko kachanụ. Okpoko, here I come again. I come again. Abiambo no tata. Uno na nukwia. 3 years today, we made the historic trip to Okpoko. My deputy, Dr. Onyeka Ibezim, and I took the oath of office on 17th of March, 2021. My deputy, we took the oath of office, and I promised in the Anambra that if he elected that day of swearing in or the next day, I will start work at Okpoko. I fulfilled that promise by visiting Okpoko the next day, the 18th day of March 2022. Now, that day as well, I made some promises. That Okpoko that we knew then, the big slum, without by-borne water, with no roads, erosion control, heaps of refuse everywhere. We stood on top of mighty heaps of refuse. Without a general hospital, with no electricity, street lights, and so on. I promised that all this would change, and today I am back 3 years after to confirm that all this have changed. Is that true? Is that true? Thank you very much. And here I want to appreciate the Speaker. The Deputy Governor is here with me. The Speaker, the Honorable Member representing this constituency, Monsignor, Aya abịakwa be ya ọzọ. Eziweka, the chairman of the Anambra Traditional Rulers Council, is also here. And all the dignitaries here. Unfortunately, we're here, I think the Honorable Minister of Health, who went with us to commission the General Hospital, has just left together with some of the other dignitaries that came with us. But for me, this is homecoming. I am here also, I think the way we did on the same 18th of March. That day, I came with my wife and we were all jumping around everywhere. We are back here now to see the new Okpoko. The new Okpoko, the new heaven. Is that? Okpoko is now new heaven. Is that? Before coming to this particular venue, we've come to commission the Mgbuka and Amazu Road. From there, we went to commission the General Hospital. From the General Hospital, we went to commission the Ojoto Road. From Ojoto Road, we commissioned the water scheme. Of course, you're already enjoying your street light all over Okpoko. Okpoko is breathing a new life. I enjoy seeing the picture of Okpoko, the video of Okpoko at night. Eh? Odekwaka Dubai, Taiwan, Obidogo na Bon. Eh? Obidogo na Okpoko. Thank you very much. What we have come here today to do, this is only the beginning. This is a very, very important case study in urban regeneration. From slum, I saw one of the banners saying that out there, worst urban slum in the southeast to a new heaven. That's what the banner is saying down there, and I can say it very clearly. And that actually summarizes where we were and where we are. My deputy governor was just telling me, whispering to me, that anybody who was not here 3 years ago will actually not appreciate where we are. Because then we knew we were on top of heaps of refuse. Drainages, major drainages filled to the brim. Very filthy, everywhere smelling, with no roads, nothing. Infrastructure. And today, with about 15 kilometers of road, streets around this neighborhood completed, pipe-borne water on, street lights on, a general hospital completed. When we, of course, with your street lights, I can only say we are only beginning. Your schools have also received facelifts. The urban schools here, the public schools here, of course, were in one of them. And the speech by one of the students there, by one of the pupils, a primary 6 pupil, was a very emotional one. He talked about the fact that of our free education to all public schools, complete free of all charges and fees of anything. He mentioned the fact that we employed new teachers and sent them very new and competent teachers. He mentioned the fact that we now upscaled the working capital for our schools. He mentioned the fact that their mothers now have free antenatal, free delivery services in our general hospitals. And we were just at the Solution General Hospital, Okpoko, where between yesterday and today, about 5-6 women have actually delivered babies, all free of charge. All free of charge. Because in Anambra, you have free antenatal, not just free antenatal, we give you free antenatal drugs and free delivery, including cesarean operations. This government, our focus is on lifting the boat for everyone. A system is as strong as the weakest link. And therefore, our priorities given to the weakest link, those locations, those places in Anambra that have been neglected since the creation of Adam and Eve, we have decided intentionally to breathe life back into them. And for me, Okpoko being the biggest slum in the southeast, giving it life was for this administration a testament to what we stand for. Our political party, the All Progressives Grand Alliance, our motto is be your brothers and sisters keeper. Onyaga na nwanne, leave no one behind. And this is what we are living out in Okpoko. The transformation of Okpoko. And what I say to you is that we have only begun with the basics. Ndi Okpoko, nwebarakwa ife onufuru. Okpoko, you haven't seen anything yet. Onwebara ife onufuru, I na-emembido, we're only just beginning. We're only just beginning. Because our vision, with your schools being strengthened, transformed, the mission schools are still receiving massive subsidies from government because we continue to recruit and post competent teachers to the return mission schools, and we continue to pay their salaries and pensions and so on, and sometimes we actually give them lump sum money as well to help with their capital expenditure. With the subsidy, it means more money back in the pockets of the poor people. And over 500 children in Anambra benefiting from our free education and subsidized mission schools in Anambra State. So, we're only beginning. There are still several places, several parts of Okpoko to touch. There are still some parts of Ogbaru to touch. Yes, the speaker mentioned it a moment ago. When we ran for office in 2021, we narrowly missed 2 local governments. We won in 19 out of 21. Narrowly missed Ogbaru and narrowly missed Nnewi North. And Okpoko happened to be in Ogbaru. But now that all the gladiators, all the political gladiators in Ogbaru have now folded into APGA. Now that they have folded in, and the speaker is here, he used to be of PDP then. He's now the speaker and the APGA government. Your honorable member representing you used to be PDP then. Now he is, you can see him wearing resplendent APGA dress. APGA. APGA. And the speaker was saying that, Honorable Noble was saying that in Okpoko area, with 200 and something polling units, that the question is not whether we win, it's whether there will be anyone. And he is assuring that no, not one polling unit will miss. Is that true? Well, we are not campaigning yet. Campaign will begin in June. I'm not even a candidate yet, so we're not campaigning here. But we've come with a message. A simple message is that we are only beginning. Aqua berobins, aqua. Aqua berobi. Thank you. Thank you. Our vision and our dream is that someday in the near future, a child born in Okpoko, brought up in Okpoko, in the very, very competent schools that will be able to offer him a future, with medical facilities that will offer him a future. And because we are also coming down to Okpoko with a recreational center, a digital skill acquisition center, our expectation is that in the future, a child from Okpoko, or children from Okpoko here, will grow from, coming from a neighborhood of the den of people condemned and completely forgotten, to become the rulers of the world in the area of digital technology. We are expecting that the next Elon Musks, the next Aliko Dangotes of this world, the billionaires, ruling the world, that several of them are going to come from the slum of Okpoko. Several of them are going to come from the slum of Okpoko. As I moved around today, I saw thousands of school children waving and welcoming us, chanting enthusiastically. It was very emotional because I remember where we are coming from. I've seen them fetching water, drinkable water, potable water that you can now drink now in Okpoko, instead of drinking water from the well, untreated water. I now see the children going to refurbished, remodeled, improved schools with qualified teachers. The same way, when we build, and we will soon begin that, the digital recreational center here in Okpoko, we want to see the children here begin to code. Code Anambra, we want to see the children from Okpoko begin to acquire digital skills and begin to go to the world. We will begin to export their skills to the rest of the world from Okpoko here. Okpoko, we're also going to celebrate you from manufacturing adulterated drinks. Adulterated or adulterated drugs. But these ones will go from Okpoko, and now we'll have the digital tribe dominating Okpoko and dominating the world. Okpoko, here we come. Yes, I see the 1 million Anambra digital tribe. I see the flags flying out there. This is our vision for you. Manandi Okpoko. For us to continue to make progress, we must cleanse our places of all fetish practices, of the bad and warped ideology that continue to teach people that you can have wealth without work. The bad and harmful ideology that teaches people that you can have a crown without a cross. Here in Anambra, our progress, our success, historically, is founded on the principles of enterprise, hard work, and integrity. We are trying to go back to the roots, and therefore, all these criminal native doctors who are deceiving our people, sending our people to jail all over the world, deceiving our youths here in Okpoko to invade Opiweka, looking for something that they didn't keep, trying to take something from somebody's pocket. All those native doctors, they are on the run. Are they not? Are there any one of them in Okpoko? If there is anyone in Okpoko, point to the one and we'll come and take him. But when there's the one in Okpoko, on what was it? Fapugo? Fapugo? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Fapugo? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Thank you. Okpoko, here we come. So, a new Okpoko is imagined. A new Okpoko that is not only transformed in terms of its infrastructure, educational infrastructure, health infrastructure, digital infrastructure, recreational infrastructure, but also new human beings to live in Okpoko. New human beings to live in Okpoko. You must keep the city clean. Are you hearing me? We must keep the city what? Clean. Don't let people litter and fill up your drainages. Keep the place clean and we will have a healthy life. Are you hearing me? So we are coming. We're only just beginning. What you've seen is the introduction. We are now going to go to gear 2. We are turning to gear 2. And finally, is to thank all of you. The new government in Okpoko, you now have a new government, a new PG. Is that? You have a new PG. PG. PG Okpoko. Wonderful. I'm glad you are wearing the big cock is showing very red, big red. Eh? Uh-huh. And the mayor, the acting mayor, you're doing very well. Yeah, the mayor is on holiday, and the acting mayor is doing very, very well. Keep doing well. Keep doing well. And I think Okpoko. Thank you very much. All I can say to you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ogwipele Ogwaniocha, I remember you. Ogwipele Ogwaniocha, we are coming. Our mantra is leave no one behind. We have connected and continue to connect all the abandoned and neglected parts of Anambra. In a few days' time, we will be going to Nzam, the only local government headquarters that you could not, I know in Nigeria that you could not drive to their headquarters. Now a road heads to not only Nzam, but also to the local government headquarters. We are breaking that jinx. We are touching several parts of Anambra. If we could go from Amazu to above family, or go from or go from there. And the people of Enugu to Aguleri also going to be seeing their first third road since the creation of Adam and Eve. Now we've seen many other parts of Anambra State that have been connected, and I therefore want to assure the people of Ogwipele, Ogwaniocha, help is on the way. Help is on the way. We are going to get you to feel full part of Anambra State. And that will not be long, and I won't say much more than this at this moment. You know that I don't make a promise. I'm not a regular politician. I only say what I will do. And when I say it, I get it done. Eh? Thank you, thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for the warm reception. Yes, we promised your people when the stakeholders discussed with me, they needed motorcycles for your security. I promised them 10 and I delivered 15 just to aid your security. And that's thank you, 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 thank you. I will be back again. I will be back for more commissionings. We'll be back for more commissionings because the future, our administration began here. The future of Anambra will be projected largely from this point. And we want to show in years to come hundreds of thousands of the youths and children that I have seen and I've seen around here that inhabit this place will actually conquer the world. That is our dream. That is what propels us. And with all of us working together, Okpoko, new heaven, here we come. Thank you very much and God bless all of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, not here, Nasu. Thank you. Thank you, Chalono. Mr. Governor will now cut the cake. No. Hey, Chalono, Chalono, Chalono. 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 Not Mr. Governor will now cut the anniversary cake with his amiable wife, the First Lady. And when, after cutting the cake, then the Okpoko people and Obaru people will make their presentation to Mr. Governor. So please shift back. Can you go back, please? Can you go back? Can you go back? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Governor, the Deputy Governor, the wife of the Governor, the Speaker, the House Member, the PG, the Monsignor who joined this, the cutting of the cake, the anniversary cake. Igwe, Abum Igwe Atani, Igwe Ngodi, Your Majesty, no. No. Because I pon ni reba, because clear from this place now. Baby, I pon no. What are you working? Or anything you will working? Please clear the aisle, Mr. Governor. There's a presentation from Obaru people. Tell them now. They want to make a presentation to Mr. Governor. Chelono. Thank you. Can do the PG. PG.
Hello. My governor. I like ndo boko na kenari. I say no. If I see guy we kenari. If I not double eba. I know to go of believe I need to tell you. Now if I am a court and a judgment against us by one community go labor because Kenya la yaka can qualify America I will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Governor may wish to proceed to cut the cake with the First Lady, the Speaker, the Deputy Governor, the Monsignor, the traditional rulers, please. And then the PG and the Mayor and the member representing Obaru 1. Because just these people, put on a cake. This way. Put on Nuzo. Yes, sir. Mr. Governor will now proceed to cut the cake. Ladies and gentlemen, so sorry. All right. Chalono. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Governor, where is the mayor? Mayor. At the mention of the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, this cake will... So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Governor will hold the cake. The First Lady will hold also, and every other person will stretch their hands. Mr. Governor, please, you may wish to hold the knife. The First Lady and every other person stretch your hands towards the cake. This cake was presented by Zenith Bank PLC. So at the mention of the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, you will cut the cake. J-E-S-U and Anambra will win. Congratulations to Mr. Governor and the Anambra. Thank you very much, and may God bless all of us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Let's rise. Hold on. The national anthem. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. God will continue to bless you.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned.
Muhammad Ali was born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky on January 17, 1942. His birth name was Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. He began training as an amateur boxer at age 12, and at 18 he won a gold medal in the light heavyweight division at the 1960 Summer Olympics and turned professional later that year. In his early years as a professional, Clay was more highly regarded for his charm and personality than for his ring skills. He sought to raise public interest in his fights by reading childlike poetry and spouting self-descriptive phrases like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. On February 25, 1964, at age 22, he pulled off a major upset, defeating Sonny Liston to win the World Heavyweight Championship. That same year, he shocked the boxing establishment again by denouncing his birth name as a slave name and formally took the name Muhammad Ali, which was given to him by his spiritual mentor Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Nation of Islam. For the next 3 years, Ali dominated the boxing arena. Muhammad Ali retired from boxing in 1981 and focused on his religion, philanthropy, and activism. In 1984, he made public his diagnosis of Parkinson's syndrome, which some reports attributed to boxing-related injuries, though he and his specialist physicians disputed this. He remained an active public figure globally, but in his later years made fewer public appearances as his condition worsened, and he was cared for by his family. Ali was chosen to light the Olympic flame at the start of the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta, Georgia. He died on June 3rd, 2016.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists' Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
I'm Nifemi Oguntoye, news anchor with TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello and welcome to TVC News at 4. I'm Abosedi Adeniran. President Bola Tinubu has summoned his service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police to a meeting at the Presidential Villa. Also present at the meeting is the National Security Advisor, the Directors General of the State Security Service, and the National Intelligence Agency. Although the reason for the meeting is not known, such gatherings are not unusual, as the President regularly receives briefs from security chiefs to assess the situation across the country. Speaker of the House of Representatives and Deputy Speaker were also seen arriving at the Presidential Villa, but it is unclear if they are part of the meeting with the security chiefs. To the National Assembly, where the House of Representatives has passed the 4 executive tax reform bills for third reading. One of them is the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill, which seeks to repeal the Federal Inland Revenue Service Establishment Act. The proposed Nigeria Revenue Service would be charged with the powers to assess, collect, and account for revenues accruable to the government of the Federation. Some of the other bills aim to establish a joint revenue board, the Tax Appeal Tribunal, and the Office of Tax Ombudsman for the harmonization, coordination, and settlement of disputes arising from revenue administration in Nigeria. Also at the National Assembly, the Senate has moved a step closer to passing a bill that would mandate social media platforms and independent bloggers to set up a verifiable presence in Nigeria. The proposed legislation aimed at ensuring better user support, compliance with Nigerian laws and tax obligations has killed the second reading in the Senate. The bill, sponsored by Senator Ned Nwoko, was first introduced in November of 2024. Lawmakers emphasize that the bill is not an attempt to stifle free speech, but to enhance accountability, clarity, and regulatory compliance in the digital ecosystem. The Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity will review the bill through a public hearing and is expected to report back to the Senate within 2 months. Let's now turn attention to Rivers State, where the police have arrested 2 persons as part of ongoing investigation into the fire that affected a section of the Trans-Niger pipeline in the Bodo community in Gukana local government area. Reports say the incident occurred late last night near the Bodo Boni Road, which is under construction. According to the police, security operatives cited the incident during a routine night patrol at the facility, which is located at the border of Bor and Bodo communities. The police said the company initiated safety protocols, including shutting down the affected pipeline to contain the blaze and bring the situation under control. The Trans-Niger pipeline, which is a critical federal oil transport infrastructure, supplies crude to the Bonny Export Terminal in Rivers State. To security now, the police says its operatives have arrested a female gun runner, illicit drug suppliers to bandits and terrorists in Nasarawa, Yobe, and Katsina states. Force Public Relations Officer Olumoyiwa Adejobi mentioned that the police made a series of arrests in recent operations targeting criminal activities across the country. In December 2024, a woman was intercepted on the Kefi-Abuja Expressway with 124 rounds of live ammunition hidden inside a container of palm oil. In February 2025, 3 men were arrested in Yobe State while transporting 30 cartons of codeine syrups intended for distribution to criminals in the region. ACP Adejobi asked the public to report any suspicious activities to help in the fight against crime.
Operatives of Special Tactics called STS apprehended one Yusuf Dantani, male, 24 years, Usman Labaran, male, 32 years, and Musa Muhammad, male, 23 years, with 10 AK-47 rifles. The suspects, upon interrogation, confessed to being involved in several arms deals, receiving the sum of 3,980,000 naira only for the last batch of arms they were supposed to trade. These successful operations highlight the commitment of the Nigeria Police Force to proactively combat crime, disrupt criminal networks, and ensure the safety and security of all citizens in this country.
Now let's talk about aviation. The Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority has approved Max Air to resume domestic operations following the successful completion of an economic and safety audit. Director of Public Complaints and Consumer Protection, Michael Achimugu, says the NCAA is committed to maintaining enhanced surveillance of the airline to ensure continued compliance with safety regulations. In January, Max Air suspended its domestic flights for 90 days after a series of incidents. During the period, the NCAA conducted an audit of the airline's operations, covering its organization, procedures, personnel, and aircraft, in line with the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulations 2023. The Ministry of Interior has denied allegations about the administration of expatriate quotas in the oil sector. The ministry responded in an official statement signed by the Permanent Secretary, Magdalene Ajani, informing the public that these allegations are being taken seriously and that proactive steps to address the concerns have been taken. The statement mentions that the ministry had earlier announced a review of the approving authority for expatriate quota and citizenship applications in a circular dated 12th of February. The Permanent Secretary explained that the review is in line with a commitment to enhance transparency, accountability, and operational efficiency in the administration. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, reassured the public that the ministry remains committed to ensuring that the administration of expatriate quotas is fair, transparent, and in the best interests of Nigerians. Well, that's TVC News at 4. We thank you for watching. For more updates on the stories we are monitoring, you can visit our website. It's www.tvcnews.tv. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG. On YouTube, we are live at TVC News Nigeria, and we have updates on WhatsApp at TVC News Nigeria. Right after now, we'll be bringing you Sports Desk. I am Abosede Adeniran.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
What food do you need?
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress. The world needs mums. With a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra oil for pure love.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays 1:30 p.m.
You're watching Beyond 100 Days with Nifemi Oguntoye. President Tinubu, since he assumed office,
they are on our way to progress.
6 out of the 8 APC federal lawmakers.
I have a movement structure that's going to take back our party in Enugu State. Because this one I'm seeing is tales by moonlight. It's not working.
So I'm wondering what you think or who you think can stop him now.
He doesn't own the party.
One of the causes of inflation is because people cannot go to the farm.
The government still needs to do more so that people can eat.
I believe what clamoring for is more responsible use of social media. Not that people just go in there and think that they can say anything to anybody.
Tinubu is not one who believes in the same thing. I mean, he wants to get it done. He will face it. He will get it done.
Yes, the president, from inception of his administration, focused squarely on diversifying the economy and driving in investments to, cushion the effect of everything that we've seen, ranging from COVID-19 to the global commodity shocks, global financial crisis, and all of that.
I was privileged to have worked under a governor who believed in the system, who also built up the system, and I'm going to do the same.
All right, that's our show today, everyone. Thanks for being a part of it.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
Yashantawa was born on 17th October 1814 Bisiase, present-day Ghana. The daughter of Kwaku Ampoma and Atapo, her brother Afrani Panin became the chief of Edweso, a nearby community. After a childhood without incident, she cultivated crops on the land around Boankra. She entered a polygamous marriage with a man from Kumasi, with whom she had a daughter. She was appointed by her brother, Nana Akwasi Afrani Opese, ruler of Edweso. When her brother died in 1894, Yashantawa used her right as Queen Mother to nominate her own grandson as Eji Suhene, when the British exiled her grandson to the Seychelles in 1896. Along with the King of Ashanti Prempeh I and other members of the Ashanti government, Yashantawa became the regent of the Jisu Juaben district. in the Ashanti Empire, now part of modern-day Ghana. After the exile of Prempeh I, the British Governor-General of the Gold Coast, Frederick Hodgson, demanded the Golden Stool, the symbol of the Ashanti nation. There was a disagreement among the members of the Ashanti government at Kumasi on how to go about this. In 1900, she led the Ashanti War, also known as the War of the Golden Stool, against the British Empire. The Ashanti-British War of the Golden Stool, also known as the Ya Ashantiwa War, was led by Queen Mother Nana Ya Ashantiwa with an army of about 5,000. During the fighting, Queen Ya Ashantiwa and 15 other closest advisors were captured, and they too were sent into exile to the Seychelles. Her dream for an Ashanti independence from colonial rule was realized on 6 March 1957, when the Ashanti Protectorate gained independence as part of Ghana. Ghana was the first African nation in West Africa to achieve this feat. She was a successful farmer and mother, an intellectual, a politician, a human rights activist, a queen, and a war leader. Nana Ya Ashantiwa died in exile in the Seychelles on 17th October 1921.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach 2 million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
TVC Sports Desk.
Having led Tottenham Hotspur to a second-place finish in the Premier League in 2016, the 2015 EFL Cup final, as well as the 2019 Champions League final, Mauricio Pochettino has disclosed he would like to return to the North London club one day. Now, is this a subtle hint at replacing under-fire manager Ange Postecoglou, whose job is on the line following dismal performances and results this season? It's only a matter of time before we find out. This is TVC Sports Desk. Welcome, folks. I'm Samson Olede. Coming up on the show this evening, 10 more players arrived at the camp of the Super Eagles on Tuesday to increase the number of players in camp to 22 ahead crucial 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier against Rwanda. And in the world of basketball, Austin Reeves scores 30 points and Luka Doncic 21 points as the Los Angeles Lakers earn an impressive victory over the San Antonio Spurs. These and much more make up the show this evening.
TVC Sports Desk.
Thanks for joining the Tuesday edition of the show. It is TVC Sports Desk once again. Let's begin with national team football and charity. This starts from home. We definitely have to begin from the home front. It's all about the Super Eagles of Nigeria and their preparations for the crunch qualifiers they have, talking about the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The latest from the camp of the team is that 10 more players have arrived at the camp of the Super Eagles on Tuesday to increase the number of players in camp to 22. You had Captain William Trust Ekong, Wilfred Indidi, Calvin Bassi, Ademola Lukman, Alex Iwobi, Joseph Aribo, Igor Ugwu, Bright Osai Samuel, Sadiq Umar, and Ola Aino being the latest arrivals to the Super Eagles camp in Kigali. Now, the players were received personally by head coach Eric Chell and members of the technical crew. Head coach Eric Chell will also take charge of his first training session with the entire squad on Tuesday, and that should be on as we speak at this moment. Talking about the first training session under the new manager, and the Eagles will be up against the Amavubi in a matchday 5 encounter at the Amahoro Stadium on Friday. For the Eagles, they can't afford to drop points in this one because they've drawn 3 and lost 1 of their first 4 matches, and means that they need to get it right in terms of getting maximum points against Rwanda on Friday and also against Zimbabwe come next week, Tuesday. The preparations definitely are on board right about now, and it's all about getting familiar with the tactics of the new head coach of the Super Eagles, Eric Chell. The Malian was able to get his nation to the quarterfinals of the AFCON last time out. They lost via a last-second goal from the Ivorians, at the nick of death of the game itself. This time around, can it fare better by guiding Nigeria to the 2026 FIFA World Cup taking place in the United States, Mexico, and Canada? That's the big question at this point in time. But preparations are in top gear, and we'll be joining the team right about now as the Super Eagles media officer, Promise Efoge, will be joining us on the show in a bit. As I said earlier, training session is on, but we'll try as much as possible to get in touch with the media officer as quickly as we can. Having said that, in an exclusive interview with TVC News, new invitee talking about Tolu Arokodare spoke exclusively about his delight at being invited to the national team.
I felt very honored to be mentioned amongst the, 31? Yeah, I think 31 players. It was quite surprising. I mean, I knew it was coming because, I've been doing pretty well, and I was hoping it would come, and it did come, and I felt like a winner already, even if I already had it at the back of my mind, even if I didn't get to make the final 23, that I've done something, I've achieved something. And being in the final 23 also was, I just felt really blessed and I was very grateful. It means a lot. It's one of the best things that can happen to a football player, getting the opportunity to represent your country, to play. As a kid, you always watched the national legends play. You always wanted to play for your national team, and finally being in that position to...
It's a star-studded lineup, especially attack-wise, so we shouldn't have difficulties in terms of getting players that will get us the goals. The big question is, defensively, can we also hold the Rwandans at bay? The last time we faced the Rwandans was during the AFCON qualifiers, and we knew that ended goalless at the Amahoro Stadium just about 4 months ago. So this time around, a draw won't be enough for the Super Eagles. It's all about getting the win, and we hope that the players are able to put in a very good performance, especially the first outing under new coach Eric Chell. We wish the team the very best, and during the course of the show, we'll try to get in touch with the media officer of the team, Promise Efoge, to bring us live updates from the team. We know they are training currently, and we'll also bring you live, updates from that in our subsequent news bulletins. Now, let's still talk about national team football, but move ahead to the international scene and talk about a player. Some would refer him as the greatest of all time. Others would say it's Ronaldo, but regardless of where you stand in that debate, Lionel Messi definitely will always be in the news. The latest is that he would not be included in Argentina's squad for the 2026 World Cup qualifiers against Uruguay and Brazil, with the forward missing out due to a muscle strain. Now, we all recall that Messi scored a stunning goal in Inter Miami's 2-1 win at Atlanta United in Major League Soccer on Sunday, but felt a muscle discomfort. Now, as a consequence, the 37-year-old was left out of Argentina's squad on Monday and will remain in the United States to recover. For the Argentines, they led the CONMEBOL qualifying standings with 25 points after 12 games and traveled to second-place Uruguay on Friday before facing arch rivals Brazil on the 25th of March, which is a Tuesday. And for the Brazilians, they will be without talisman Neymar, who was set to make his return to the national team after more than a year due to muscle injury. Again, injuries definitely plaguing these various nations. You talk about the congested calendar, the wear and tear on the body. It's definitely affecting the players, and this is also hampering their chances of representing their various national teams. It will be intriguing to see how Argentina cope, Uruguay's second-placed Brazil arch rivals. Those are two tough matches, but they are still doing quite well at this point in time. Let's move away from South America now and turn our attention to Europe. It's all about the former Chelsea and Atletico Madrid goalkeeper. I'm talking about Thibaut Courtois, who has joined up with his national team for the first time in 22 months, and thereby ending a self-imposed exile in a return which has met with criticism from former internationals. Now, Courtois has not played for Belgium since June 2023, when he had a spat with the team's coach, Domenico Tedesco, over the captaincy, but has since returned after the sacking of Tedesco and the appointments in January of Rudy Garcia to replace Tedesco. We know quite well that standing goalkeeper Koen Casteels, who has been Belgium's regular goalkeeper over the last 2 years, has quit the national team in protest, while other teammates have also offered veiled criticism of the Real Madrid goalkeeper's stay away. The 32-year-old is expected to address the media later today, and his return to the side has also not sat well with other coaches, including his former coach Mark Wilmots, under whom Courtois earned 41 appearances for Belgium between 2012 and 2016. You talk about a player that definitely generates controversy, especially for the Belgian side. Thibaut Courtois, for all of his greatness, is definitely one that is seen as the bad sheep when it comes to Belgian football. Unfortunately for the crop of players, it was deemed a golden generation, and they failed to win a major trophy, from the Eden Hazards of this world down to the Kevin De Bruyne. You talk about Thibaut Courtois, a star-studded team, Alex Witsel in the mix as well. You can all look at various parts of the field and see great players, but they just can't get it right when it comes to getting a trophy, especially when you look at Romelu Lukaku as well. We'll see how this pans out, especially in terms of performances when it comes to Thibaut Courtois' performances for Belgium. Just before we move away from national team football, let's turn our attention to yet another team in Europe, and this has to do with Netherlands. Denzel Dumfries, the defender, has pulled out of the Dutch squad for the UEFA Nations League quarter-final tie against Spain, and there are doubts over the fitness of midfielder Frankie de Jong. Now, Dumfries was injured playing for Inter Milan in Sunday's Serie A triumph at Atalanta, and has since been replaced by 22-year-old Ajax Amsterdam defender Yuri Baas, who received a first national team call-up on his birthday. Dutch coach Ronald Koeman also added Matt Wiffer of Brighton Hove Albion as cover for key midfielder De Jong, who missed Barcelona's win at Atletico Madrid on Sunday due to illness. De Jong joined up with the Dutch squad on Monday but did not train. Now, the Netherlands host Spain in the first leg of the quarter-final tie in Rotterdam on Thursday, with a return leg in Valencia on Sunday. You talk about injury woes again. It is definitely hampering these various national teams and their chances of not just World Cup qualification, but UEFA Nations League glory. We'll see how it pans out on the field of play over the course of 90 minutes. We'll take a breather right about now. When we return, we still have more to talk about in football, especially club football. Please do stay tuned.
TVC Sport Desk.
Big day ahead.
Delicious Ovaltine, smart choice for smart kids.
TVC Sport Desk.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now let's turn attention to club football. Newcastle United and their fans are still living in high heavens, especially with the triumph of title favourites Liverpool in the Carabao Cup final. The latest from the camp of the Magpies is that they've announced the date for an open-top bus parade through the city following their historic League Cup win. Now, the club issued a save-the-date for March 29th, which comes after the international break, to celebrate Sunday's Carabao Cup glory. It is the Magpies' first piece of major silverware since 1969 and the first domestic one in 70 years, with supporters expected to line the streets of Newcastle to watch the team lift their trophy. Meanwhile, you have Dan Bonn, who has been nominated for the Freedom of Northumberland following his man-of-the-match performance. The 32-year-old defender scored Newcastle's first goal at Wembley in 25 years on Sunday with the team eventually beating Liverpool by 2-1. It's reward for hard work, it's reward for the fans as well. And we know with open-top bus parades, it's always about, safety. The streets will be lined up with thousands of supporters taking in the accolades, the glory, as well as the delight at the spectacle at seeing the trophy. And for Newcastle, you can't say they did not deserve it over the course of 90-plus minutes. They were the better side on Sunday, and this is definitely a good one for them. Let's see how the fans react and if this can propel them to move forward in terms of probably snaking a European spot for next season towards the twilight of the season. From one joyous fan to another club that is definitely not happy at this point in time, Manchester United fans, both on and off the field of play, are definitely complaining at the management at this point in time. The Glazer family are still there, but Jim Ratcliffe is controlling football operations and is also getting a brief of what it means to face Manchester United fans. And this is because season ticket prices will increase by about 5% for the third successive year as the club aims to become financially sustainable. Now, the Manchester United Supporters Trust say United fans have expressed their disappointment that the club has ignored the call for a widespread price freeze. Since becoming the club's co-owner last year, Sir Jim Ratcliffe and his group have tried to improve the club's finances, but several changes have been unpopular, resulting in fan protests, including at last week's home game against Arsenal. Some of the latest changes for the 2025-2026 season includes the introduction of a game categorization model for non-season ticket holders where premium games cost more. Now, United are also increasing the minimum usage requirement for season ticket holders from 15 to 16 of their 19 Premier League home games. For a club that wants to build the most iconic stadium in the United Kingdom for £2 billion and is currently in over £1 billion debt, it is definitely turbulent times right there at Old Trafford, especially when it comes to the finances, and the fans are not having it because they have to pay more to watch a club that is not giving them back what they should get in terms of good performances, results, trophies, and all of that. Talk about on-field success and translating to the commercial aspect of things. Definitely Manchester United fans are not getting that. They've not gotten it for quite a while, over the last 10 years, especially when it comes to league triumph. So it's quite understandable the fans are right now bitter. It will be interesting to see how Ratcliffe navigates these turbulent times. There will be more protests, the fans have said, especially in terms of the ticket prices increase. And we'll see if the club will have a change of mind or they will stick to their guns and insist that the increase in price tickets will stand. But for United fans, it's yet another season to forget, to say the very least. Let's take a breather right about now. One return, we'll delve into other sports. Please to stay with us.
TVC Sport Desk.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
I'm Nifemi Oguntoye, news anchor with TVC.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
TVC Sport Desk.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now let's now attention to other sports. We have to tell you that the Nigerian men under 18 and under 23 teams are due back in the country today after taking part in the IHF Intercontinental Trophy and the Emerging Nations Championship. The Nigerian under 18 team finished second after losing 34-30 to host Kosovo in the final of the Intercontinental Trophy. Kosovo needed overtime to overpower the Nigerian teenagers after a pulsating contest. Meanwhile, in the men's under-23, Nigeria also lost by 31-28 points to the United States of America to finish in fourth position of the Emerging Nations Championship in Bulgaria. It was the second time Nigeria was playing the Americans in the competition, and the performance represents an improvement from the previous edition when Nigeria finished seventh.
And to create a positive atmosphere for hangout.
Let's move away from there now and talk about the big development in the world of sports generally, and that has to do with the Los Angeles Games come 2028, talking about the very best of Olympics, and preparations are definitely underway across board.
The provisional recognition of World Boxing in February, then we were in the position to take this decision so that this recommendation, of course, has to go to the session, but I'm very confident that the session will approve it so that all the boxers of the world then have certainty that they can participate in the Olympic Games in LA 2028 if their national federation is recognized by World Boxing. Question away.
Interesting one right there. Usually it's all about just, giving the green light following the recommendation from the executive board, and that's what will be expected for boxing to be in the games come 2020, talking about the Los Angeles Games. And it will be intriguing to see Nigerian boxers, amateur boxers will also have a chance to compete at the highest level of sports, talking about the Olympic stage. Let's see how that pans out in subsequent shows. We'll definitely give you our own perspective of what it means for Nigeria, talking about this recommendation, the opportunity, the impact it will have on amateur boxing in Nigeria and as well as Africa. We'll see how that pans out. Now let's turn attention to the sport of golf and tell you that Rory McIlroy claimed a second Players' Championship title with a comfortable victory over JJ Spawn in the three. Let's move away from there now and delve into the sport of basketball as we hit home stretch on the show, and we have to start from home. That's where charity is. NBA Nigeria is creating an opportunity for girls to grow, connect, and lead both on and off the basketball court. With the theme, A Time to Play, the NBA is prioritizing girls mentoring for leadership. We have more details in this report.
In commemoration with the International Women's Month, NBA Nigeria has put together a program to prepare the younger generation for life and leadership. NBA Vice President and Country Head, NBA Nigeria, Gbemisola Abudu, says the aim of A Time to Play is to use sports to prepare the girl child for life and leadership.
We wanted to launch the leadership series here in Nigeria, and it's an opportunity for young women to get a chance to see other women, to see women who are doing incredible things, for them to learn from them and for them to see themselves in them.
Some of the speakers shared their experiences breaking into male-dominated industries and the challenges.
I studied engineering in university, and I think I was one of 4 or 5 women in my graduating class. So even from the very, very beginning, we've had to work. I've had to work and excel and succeed in environments where I am a minority.
I knew that I didn't want it to be, I didn't want to be in front of the camera, so to say. I didn't want to be the singer or the artist, but I loved it. But just growing up and learning more, I discovered that there's a business side of music.
Some aspiring sports ladies also spoke about their challenges taking part in sports.
I feel like one of the challenges I faced when I was playing junior school when I was younger was the fact that I felt it was mainly a male sport, and if I actually wanted to chase it as a profession, they won't see me. They'll mostly see a man before they will now look at me because I'm a female. And a lot of people judged me because I was chasing basketball. They thought I would go for maybe things women would normally go for.
I started playing football when I was 6 or 7. Because I grew up with a lot of boys, so I started playing football because of my brothers and my friends, so I was tough in that aspect.
For the NBA, gender equality, gender equity is a big part of who we are at the NBA. When people ask about female leadership, there's a great representation among leadership at the NBA. And for us, what our strategy in Africa is, we're giving every youth the opportunity for them to be able to excel and for them to be their best version.
One of the main aims of NBA Nigeria is to mentor the girl child for a better future in Africa. Mian Akiri, TVC News, Lagos.
Still talking about the development of the sport right here at home, the NBA Nigeria office is also determined to provide a platform for youngsters to realize their dreams and to play basketball in the biggest leagues in the world. Now, a total of 40 boys and girls took part in the March edition of the NBA Junior Elite Camp in Lagos. Senior correspondent Solomon Ajoziogo has more details. We'll give you those details subsequently. Now let's turn attention to the international scene, where the NBA regular season is hitting home stretch as teams jostle for wins to ensure that they get into the play-in spot or the playoff berths, as it were. And for the Los Angeles Lakers, they were number 2 seeds prior to losing 4 on the bounce before dropping to 5th. But right about now, you had Austin Reeves scoring 30 points. Luka Doncic contributing 21 points on an off-night shooting alongside 14 assists and 9 rebounds as the Los Angeles Lakers earned a 125 to 109 points victory over the San Antonio Spurs. In other matches, as you can see on your screen right there, you had the Golden State Warriors as well losing to the Denver Nuggets. It was a late rally from the Warriors, but they just couldn't make it count when it comes to getting past the Nuggets, as it were. The Nuggets were short-handed. The New York Knicks defeated the Miami Heat as well. You had the Houston Rockets edging the Philadelphia 76ers in overtime, while not forgetting the fact that you also had the Sacramento Kings right there stunning the Memphis Grizzlies. But let's relive highlights from the very best of the Lakers win over the San Antonio Spurs.
He's got it. In fact, that Spurs win was right here. Luka surveys. Doncic gonna let it go from 3. The done.
Well, he'll get credit for a steal on that play, and that was almost a gift.
Reeves straight away. Count it.
Wow.
Timeout.
Luka in the post. They sent a secondary defender, and that freed up Austin.
Doncic got it. Mid-range.
Boy, he's doing a job right now.
Luka, the lob, the jam. Christian Koloko.
Boy, Koloko really climbed the ladder.
Another lob underneath. He's going to have to catch and give it now to Connect. Dalton's in the key. He turns, he shoots, he scores.
Nice stop and pivot without dragging that pivot foot for the deuce by Dalton Connect.
Right side Connect on its way. Down it goes. Reeves on the outside. Good rebound by Goodwin. That's going to be a goaltend. Swatted away by Sohan. There's a directing of traffic by Reeves. He's doing a dance out on top, trying to work Mamu a little bit. Underneath, score! And one!
Boy, he can find the smallest crease to get his whole body through, off to dribble.
Goodwin. Ball be out of bounds. You've got Doncic. Reeves. Oh, Vincent's right there, and that's a goaltend. Go ahead and say it, Stu.
Guy's guarding Luka out of bounds. That's his fault. Squared up to the baseline and gives up a layup.
Luka wanted to get into the lane and does. Doncic! Reverse layup is good.
Well, Mitch is letting them go because they've got numbers going the other way.
Turnover. Castle. Oh, he throws it down. 11-point game. Doncic. Here he is going all the way up for another layup. Luka. So he hasn't shot it particularly well, but he's got his last 2 field goal attempts. He's 5 for 19 tonight and just 1 3 out of 7 attempts. Lakers, remember, that didn't hit anything, so Vincent, he looked up and he makes it! He just glanced at the 24 and he said, oh, that's right.
And no celebration. I like that about Gabe.
Yeah.
He says, I've done this before.
He launched it. Vassell, long shot, long rebound. Up ahead it goes to Austin. Here he goes. Throws it up and in. Couple of big steps, throws it in. Timeout Spurs.
Austin close to a technical.
Underneath to Christian Koloko. And it settles in. Under 2 minutes to play. Crowd, of course, wants Bronny to shoot. He's got it, and he'll shoot, and make it! He obliges.
Yeah, gets a standing O.
Great to see Bronny James there get a bucket, talking about that three-pointer. Interesting, it must be said. And as we wrap up the show, let's tell you that, yes, the Miami Heat, the Miami Open, I beg your pardon, the second leg of the Sunshine Window will definitely be on right about now. And well, let's relive what it was like for the Indian Wells last week, where you had Teenager Mira Andreeva underlining her growing reputation as one of the hottest emerging talents on the WTA tour, while you also had, Jack Draper in the men's category also getting his maiden Masters title. We'll leave you with highlights of that, and until the show returns tomorrow, to have a pleasant evening. Remember, on top of the hour is Giants Hangout. I'm Samson Olede.
Pretty confident start there from the 17-year-old.
A teenage triumph in tennis paradise. Mira Andreeva is the champion in Indian Wells. Extraordinary from the 17-year-old who defeats the world #1 to make it back-to-back WTA 1000 titles. Truly remarkable. Just the most incredible young player achieving the most incredible things. Mira Andreeva, from a set down, 2-6, 6-4, 6-3, the champion in Indian Wells.
TVC Sport Desk.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
The TVC News at 7 and the TVC News at 10 are not like any other news broadcast.
It's the big news hour, the hour for the big breaking stories.
We've got some of the best reporters on the field,
taking you through as it happens.
It's fast-paced, hard-hitting,
with investigations that matter,
bringing in news that affects your life,
with sport, entertainment and business news so you don't miss a thing.
Experience resourceful coverage with depth
every night.
Trade, security, revenue. How does the Nigeria Customs Service balance it all?
Find out every Tuesday in the evening on Customs Duty, your ultimate guide to customs operations, trade facilitation, and national security. Join us as we break down customs policy.
The only solution to stay afloat.
BOI Impact, now showing Tuesdays, 9:30 p.m. on TVC News.
Kolishashla Mandela was born into the Madiba clan on the 18th of July 1918. He got involved in politics in 1942 as he helped to form ANC Youth League. He was married to Evelyn Mays and they had 4 children. Mandela was arrested in a countrywide police swoop on 5th December 1956, which led to the 1956 treason trial. Before the end of the treason trial, he wrote to Prime Minister for vote to include a national convention on a non-racial constitution, and failure to adhere would result to a national strike. In August, he was arrested and charged for leaving the country without a permit and inciting workers to strike. He was convicted and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. On 9th of October 1963, he was on trial with 10 others for sabotage in what became known as the Revolver trial. On the 11th of June 1964, Mandela and 7 other accused were convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. He was later released from its gates on Sunday, 11th of February 1990, 9 days after the unbanning of the ANC and the PAC. Nelson Mandela never wavered in his devotion to democracy, equality, and learning as he immersed himself in official talks to end white minority rule. In 1991, he was elected ANC president to replace his ailing friend, Oliver Tambo. In 1993, he and President F.W. de Klerk jointly won the Nobel Peace Prize, and on 27 April 1994, he voted for the first time in his life. On 10th May, he was inaugurated as South Africa's first democratically elected president. He, however, stepped down in 1999 after 1 term as president. Despite terrible provocation, he never answered racism with racism. His life is an inspiration to all who were oppressed and deprived, and to all who were opposed to oppression and deprivation. He died at his home in Johannesburg on 5th December 2013.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello and thank you for joining us on the Tuesday edition of Journalist Hangout. I'm Benga Oreshegun. Today on the program, again, Sheyi defends President Tinubu's administration. Rivers State House of Assembly lists 19 reasons in misconduct notice to Governor Fubara. And later on the show, bill for early voting in elections passes second reading in the Senate. I'll be hanging out with Mojid Jamiu. Babajide Kolade Otitoju will be joining us later on the show. Journalist Hangout starts right now. Now let's begin the conversation. Sheyi Tinubu, son of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has declared his father as the greatest president in Nigeria's history. In a video that went viral on Monday, Sheyi made the statement while addressing a gathering of youths in Adamawa State. He defended his father's leadership, stating that despite criticism, the president remains committed to national progress. He further praised President Tinubu's governance, highlighting his focus on youth empowerment and economic development. He also credited his father with fostering an economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Young Nigerian youths, my brothers, my peers, some people don't know how to read books and trying to tell government how to run government. Some people that could not even develop their states and raise the IQ of the state are now trying to tell us what party we should move to. Young Nigerian youths, your phones are with you. You can Google and learn more. Every single day, minister is going to tell me don't politicize this. It was never politics. But they keep coming for me. They keep coming for my family. They keep coming for your father. They keep coming for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the greatest president in the history of Nigeria. The only president that has carried young people along from when he was governor to when he became president. The only president that considered youth and student loans. The only president that's created platforms for young people to thrive. The only president that has created an economy that benefits everybody. The only president that's not trying to enrich his own pocket. And you're telling me, no.
All right, Majid, let's begin this conversation. You know, Sheyi Tinubu was seen in a video, this video, defending and highlighting the programs of President Tinubu's administration, also saying that the president is the greatest president, this country has ever had. And he spoke quite passionately, I must say. But your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it is Sheyi's right to praise and defend his dad. Of course, if I were in his shoes, I would do more than that.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I mean, most of the things he said there, of course, they are the truth. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done quite a lot for the youth of the country. He has taken some decisions that even military head of states and military turned civilian the states, presidents couldn't do. Key amongst such is the removal of a fuel subsidy. It's something that has eaten deep into the nerves of Nigerians. But the first day he got into power, President Tinubu removed fuel subsidy. It takes a man with a very strong heart, with determination, to take that decision. Because he imputed this in his inaugural speech, but the speech writers removed it, so he didn't argue with them. He read that thing extempore. So it showed a president that was determined. But today, it's like now petroleum product prices, for example, PMS, premium motor spirit, has crashed from 1,100 naira at a point to a little over 800 naira now. I mean, it's like the days where you see 500, 600 naira increase in fuel price has gone. Then the empowerment of the youths, which Sheyi mentioned, I mean, it's something that we are seeing. Just at the weekend, a Nigerian emerged as the best security expert in the world. A Nigerian. And look at what, I mean, he's a Nigerian youth. And you could also see from those he has put in his cabinet, Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And what he tried to say there is that if Ramadan Iftar that he is embarking on all over the country is something his father has done consistently for more than 20 years, for more than 25 years. So that now that his father is a president, he couldn't have the time to do this. So he's doing it on his behalf. He has gone to Bauchi, he has gone to Sokoto, he has gone to Kano. And of course, subtly is also using the opportunity to reel out the achievements of his dad. Apparently, Cheyi was responding to the claim by former President Olusegun Obasanjo during his 80th birthday, where he launched a book and said Tinubu's government is corrupt, especially citing the Lagos-Calabar coastal highway, that he said there was no need for it. I mean, but me, I think there's a need for that road, because it's like that road is going to stretch across 7 states, and we cut travel time from like 24 hours or about
5 hours
to less than 6 hours. So last week I had something to do at very close to Dangote Refinery. You need to see the amount of work that is going on there. Not just the work, but the other the effects of the construction of that road, where several people were engaged. Trucks that are loading sand, cement, some drivers, artisans that were engaged at Lakowe area and along that axis towards Ekpe and near Dangote Refinery. I saw the work that was going on there. So you see, the effect on the economy could better be imagined. And as we are moving towards the coastal road towards Ondo State, Ogun State, and all those states across, people in those communities will benefit from the effects of the road.
Let's stay a bit with Sheyi Tinubu here, but let's talk about his philanthropy. The philanthropy of Sheyi Tinubu. Some may be forced to ask, is it political or is it just community service?
Well, if you say it's political, yes. Well, I mean, he is a businessman.
Yes.
The Dangote just donated 25,000 bags of rice to Bauchi State. Is that political? Is Dangote in business? Bua does the same. So Tinubu, Sheyi Tinubu is a businessman. He's into advertising, and is also into the creative economy. Absolutely. He has been doing that for some time. He's a young man. I mean, you can't deny him the right to extend his hand of fellowship to the youth and other Nigerians, especially during fasting. Even me, even small me here, I host people to Iftar every year. It's something I've been doing. I mean, do I have a political motive behind that?
Okay. All right, then. Let's use this opportunity to welcome BKO. BKO, it's so good to have you back in the studio. The comments have been having like, where is BKO? Now, BKO is live right here. So, BKO, talk to me. Your thoughts on this story. The viral video of Sheyi Tinubu talking about the policies, the programs of the president. Some I wouldn't want to say that, is he remarketing the president this time? Your thoughts on this?
Well, if you have a father who is president of the country, who is trying to make good things happen in the country, as a son, you'll be proud of him. And you feel the appetite, the hunger to assist in any way possible. Sheyi has done well. Nobody told him to extend his generosity, his kindness to people in different parts of our country. So it's such a shame that some people are calling him out for trying to help the needy. And the truth is, the people who need him the most will not join the children of anger who have made social media their permanent habitation and continue to use it to abuse people.
Okay.
Sheyi went in the aftermath of the disaster in Borno State. It took doctors, it took caregivers to the place to assist people, to try and help people who had health emergencies and all that. And he also brought bags of palliative grains. So what is wrong? Even the Holy Quran preaches that in this season we need to learn to share, let people benefit from your generosity, from your wealth. So how can somebody be doing that and all you can do is abuse him? And if he's angry about the way people are abusing his father, it's normal, because some of the things that they are blaming Tinubu for, they should actually be blaming their governors. Is it Tinubu that has created a situation in which a country with fertile land, there's a huge deficit of cultivable land? A huge, cultivated land. We have arable land all over the place, alluvial soil. What's the percentage of cultivable land that we have cultivated as a country? And the lands belong to the state governments. So the governors are in charge. Well, how many of them, what have they done? The ones who are doing their best to ensure that we defeat food insecurity, the result is there. Go and look at the MBS report. It shows that states like Kaduna, the food prices are much lower there. Kaduna, Adama, and some food prices are much lower there than other parts of the country, because there's greater supply due to government intervention schemes and all that. So governors need to do a lot. Encourage Nigerians to take to agriculture. People don't realize it that farmers are making so much money now.
Yes.
They don't realize it. So there's a limit to what the government can do. True. You need to ask yourself, what can I do that I'm not doing?
Okay.
So this is the thing. It's a conversation for another day.
All right.
As citizens, are we doing enough?
Exactly.
Do we just enjoy criticizing the leaders who may hate President Tinubu? He's not going to be there forever. Maybe he'll be there for 4 years, maybe 8 years, if God permits him. But to blame everything, to insult the man, to look at some of the songs they were singing even before the election. The Baba will know well. Some of them were saying Baba will know well. They are not as healthy as he is. Because if we were to believe some of what they were saying, Tinubu shouldn't be standing by this now. He should be dead a long time ago. The impression that they gave us, they were composing songs. So there's no way that his son will be happy about that. And he's saying, he's showing that he's proud of his dad.
Exactly.
No matter the situation, we may not agree with his claim that his dad is the best in Nigerian history. Of course, that's debatable.
Debatable.
I want to believe that that's his opinion. The same way some people think that a core member saying that he's a terrible president is the president. I mean, is the core members'
opinion.
Corpus is not English. That the core members' opinion. That's the same way that I would say is his opinion when he says that his father is the best in Nigerian history. So,
all right, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen. Let's move straight to our next conversation. There are positive signs that Nigeria's economy may be on a path to recovery, particularly for the average citizen and business owners. The latest data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) shows that Nigeria's inflation rate eased to 23.18% in February 2025, down from 24.48% in January. food prices, which remain a major driver of inflation, recorded a 23.51% increase in February, a sharp decline from the 37.92% reported in the same month the previous year. According to the MBS, this decline is partly due to a change in the base year used for inflation measurement. While this development offers some relief, economic analysts caution that sustained progress will depend on government policies and stability in key sectors. All right, Majid, I'll start with you. Again, inflation drops in Nigeria as food prices ease. But this is a welcome relief for Nigerians after 2 years of sky-high price pressure, isn't it?
In fact, when President Tinubu hosted some Nigerians to iftar, which we normally call break of fast, on Wednesday in Abuja, he said this is the first Ramadan that was shocked with the reports he's getting from the National Bureau of Statistics that prices are actually coming down, food prices. And I think I can also attest to that because most weekends I take my wife to the market, to see what happened. We go to K2 market, we go to Sunday markets in Ogba. And not to monitor, but then, I just feel like going there. But the journalist in me saw that those prices are actually coming down, and that's reflective because the consumer price index is a measure of the headline inflation. That basically it is the food prices that is key in the inflation index that the MBS uses. It's critical, and you can see that month on month between January and February, we've had a decline of about from 24% to about 23.18%, which is quite significant. And if you not, that is month on month, but if you compare the year on year, it's much significant from 31.7% at this time last year to just 23.18% now, almost 11%.
11% difference.
Difference. It is a measure of look at the report BKO did in Kaduna.
Yes,
the huge harvests from those farmers, some earning as much as 800 million from just one crop. So the improved level of security in the northern part of the country, where this food come, is reflecting positively, and is kudos to the National Security Advisor and other security agencies. Although we still have some pockets of these attacks, but more farmers are going back to the farms. And I also recall that BKO mentioned that from just one village, about 400 Muslims will be going on Hajj this year. Do you know how much it costs for one person to go on Hajj?
The millions.
It's 8.5 million naira.
Now 400.
400.
One local.
Just one local government. So about 400 people will be paying 8.5 million. They are not being sponsored by government. They are being sponsored by these farmers, and some of these farmers themselves are the ones paying for this. So it's a reflection of. So it's when some people say or rise and start telling us they are lazy. They should go back to the farms. There is much to harvest in the farms. Even now, in front of my house, I have a small garden there where I harvest yam, cassava.
So system farming going on. But BK, he has mentioned, some of the things responsible for the drop in inflation. You want to tell us more? Some of the things responsible for the drop in inflation.
Well, they are saying that improved supply. When there is enough supply, it will moderate prices. Okay. Improve supply, then reduce pressure from exchange rate fluctuations.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that. Okay. Let's talk about fuel prices, for example.
Okay.
The landing cost has gone down.
Yes.
A lot of it down to not just the fact that global oil prices are going down, but the exchange rate, the volatility that we experienced in the past is moderating. For most of last month, for example, the naira was doing very well against the dollar, and it will affect prices, especially of imported items. So, what they are saying generally is that yam tubers, potatoes, soybeans, maize, flour, cassava, and beans, they are recording lower prices. And I've seen newspapers that went to town after their first story about food prices going down. Okay. They went back again to see whether there's consistency.
Exactly.
So they went back and discovered that it continues to go down. In the Ramadan season, that's usually when prices go up, because people want to exploit innocent Muslims who want to honor their obligation to fast. But for the first time, we are seeing a situation in which, despite us being in the Ramadan season and the Christian Lent coming the same time, prices of food items continue to go down. There's no way, given that the inflationary pressure is driven largely by rising food prices. Yes. There's no way that it will not affect the consumer price index positively, as we have seen, because what we've seen is a real significant improvement in terms of the rate of inflation from 37.92% to 23.51%. And it goes on. It's only in year-on-year assessment that you can say, oh, well, it's still rising. But when they do the month-on-month, there is significant improvement there, and things will continue.
Okay.
I just came back from Anambra State this afternoon. Even Governor Soludo is doing a lot in the area of agriculture because of his farm to food program, and the wife too is giving out improved seedlings to women. There was a particular woman that, based on these improved seedlings, she is a retiree. Based on the improved seedlings, she's a cleaner. Actually, which means she's on maybe minimum wage level, 30 or so 70,000. From the yield from her farm, she saw the governor at a public event and presented gifts.
Oh, from the yield?
Yes. So instead of agonizing and blaming everything on the president, this person took to farming, and she is happier for it. There are also young people that they have made millionaires by giving them a plot of land to farm and giving them improved seedlings and all that. We are saying that this is one way to empower people. You don't empower people by simply giving them cash handouts. That, in my view, is not empowerment. Teach them how to farm. Yeah. Let them realize that there's a lot of money. If I had the opportunity, for example, I would go into cocoa farming. If I had the opportunity, I would go into cocoa farming. There's a lot of money in it. We are seeing cocoa farmers now riding some of the most expensive cars.
Yeah.
Jeeps. Go to Ondo and see cocoa farm. Even some of them in Ogun State here, they are making good money. So the era of just dismissively talking down on farmers is gone. I stood before two farmers, each of them making on the average about 1.4 billion from just 3 crops. What are we talking about? And that man kept saying, we are many. Even in his passable English, he spoke English, he said, we are many. You go to Soba, you go to Giwa, those local governments in Kaduna State, the quantum of maize that they grow in Saminaka and all of those places, you won't believe. That's why the people going to Mecca in Kaduna, they are higher than any state in Nigeria.
Now, what are the other governments?
And they don't. It's not subsidized. A state government that is subsidizing Hajj. Kaduna had more pilgrims than them, and Kaduna is not subsidized. So one local government is only in the urban centers like Kaduna North, for example. That's the heart of the state capital. That the figures are very low, and I hear that even those farmers are coming into the metropolis now to buy houses.
Really?
Yes, they are not fools now. Even women. If you see women now going into tomato farming in Kaduna, and they are millionaires. I have them on tape. I will run the story. Millionaires. Women in the north. It's quite unusual because women usually don't have access to land. But things are changing. Exactly. This is what we should be doing. If we produce more, prices will moderate. You know? And you'll be able to take people out of poverty. You don't take people out of poverty by giving them money. Exactly. And it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It's not. You know, once that money runs out.
How much do you want to give?
Once that money runs out, that person becomes even worse than you met him. So what are we talking about?
All right, gentlemen, we need to go on this quick break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Don't go anywhere. Still Journalist Hangout.
Celebrating the University of Calabar at 50. The Vice-Chancellor and members of the Senate, University of Calabar, quarterly invites governors, senators, members of the House of Representatives, judges, attorneys general, senior advocates of Nigeria, federal and state directors, permanent secretaries, captains of industries, traditional rulers, and the general public to the 2025 Convocation Lecture and commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the University of Calabar with the theme 50 years of impactful knowledge and service to humanity. The Convocation and 50th Anniversary Lecture will be delivered by the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, an alumni of the class of 1998, Faculty of Law, University of Calabar. Topic: Our Gown in Town and in Cyberspace, Sustainable and Human-Centered Education, the mandate of our universities 2025 to 2075. Date: Thursday, March 20th, 2025. Venue: the International Conference Center, ICC, Calabar, Cross River State. Time: 10 a.m. prompt. University of Calabar, knowledge for service. Signed, Professor Florence Obi, Vice Chancellor, University of Calabar.
And cable, great quality, now with the new look.
All right, if you just joined us, it's still Journalist Hangout. I still have BK Ora here and Majid Jamia. All right, let's move on to our next conversation. Political tensions in Rivers State remain high as power struggles between key actors continue to shape the state's governance landscape. The Rivers State House of Assembly has set in motion a probe into the activities of Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu. Lawmakers have formally served a notice of alleged misconduct, listing 19 accusations against the governor. Among the allegations is the claim that Governor Fubara withdrew and spent money from the state's consolidated revenue in 2024 without an appropriation law. Additionally, the Assembly asserts that the governor made several appointments in violation of a 2023 Federal High Court judgment which barred him from engaging with any legislative body other than the Rivers State House of Assembly under the leadership of the Speaker, Martin Chike Amewule. A ruling appealed by the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. All right, BQ. The Rivers State House of Assembly, listed 19 reasons in misconduct notice to Governor Fubara. This was expected, by some persons, but talk to me, what do you make of the allegations?
No, if you look at what the lawmakers have put together, what they called notice of infractions committed by him, certainly these were infractions he committed on account of working with a 3-man legislature.
Okay.
So they simply waited for the Supreme Court to pronounce their group as the authentic legislature, authentic House of Assembly, and then go back, do a tie back about all of the steps that the governor took in cahoots with the 3-man legislature. That is what formed all of what they put there. And then they also took some portions of the Supreme Court judgment, especially where the Supreme Court condemned the governor's decision to demolish the assembly complex because he felt that was the way to stop them from impeaching him. The Supreme Court said he stopped governance. In the language of the Supreme Court, governance can only happen when the 3 arms of government are functioning effectively. And by not allowing the House to function, because as far as they are concerned, those 3 guys do not constitute the House. By not allowing the House to function, they deemed Fubara to have stopped governance in the state.
Because it takes 3.
Yeah, so and all of those things, they put together 19 of those infractions. But one issue that bothers me is what is the offense committed by the deputy governor? This is where you see politics going on. They are trying to do exactly what those lawmakers did in the case of Ekiti, when they illegally impeached Fayose
and
Olujimi. Yes, there was no reason to impeach Olujimi. If you wanted to impeach Fayose, for example, why would you impeach Olujimi? What was her offense? Because you have to show that indeed she was also guilty of gross misconduct. What is the gross misconduct that the deputy governor of
So it has no issue about, they are together on this one?
No. If you are impeaching both of them, you must show the offense.
The offense of the deputy governor as well.
Because usually when you impeach a governor, a deputy stands in. But where politics is involved, you then see the desire to send the 2 of them packing.
Okay.
When Peter Obi was sent packing, of course the deputy, the deputy
stepped in.
That's the way it should be. And in all of this, I've never had where the deputy governor, maybe they gave him some roles to play and she was also abusing people or committing some crimes against the state. I have no evidence of that. So you can see that politics is what is going on.
Okay.
You have to show that she committed an offense. Otherwise, the panel will not find her guilty. And she can go to court to say, I was wrongly removed from office. We've seen governors who were removed from office and they went to court and they were restored to their positions. Even the simple decision to go and sit outside of the state capital can render an impeachment a nullity.
Okay.
Because you have no reason to go and sit, and it happened in the case of Anambra when they crossed to
most of the time the procedure is what the court actually looks at.
Yeah, and once we've seen so many people were impeached that the court said no. Although in some cases, the no came too late. Like the deputy governor of Zamfara State.
Okay, Zamfara, okay.
Yes, that's General Gusau's son. He was impeached. And the court said, no, this guy, I done nothing wrong. But, of course, it came
a little too late.
But
even,
at least,
even the case of Shuaibu in Edo.
Yeah, I wanted to mention Edo State, exactly.
No, so these things happen. I don't think, I've always said that I do not think this should lead to Fubara's impeachment. I do not, because you can start something, but you never can tell where it will end. And we do not want crisis in that state. Fubara has done a lot of things that are wrong. The Supreme Court has put him in his place.
Okay.
The Supreme Court has shown to him that you cannot run a state like an outlaw. You have to behave in conformity with the law.
Sure. Yeah.
And we should give him a chance to redress the mistakes that he has made. Because the Supreme Court didn't say go and impeach him. The Supreme Court told him go and present. Yes,
exactly.
Let us see whether, and the state is not going to be paid.
The salaries, the allocations,
you know, which will hurt innocent people in the state. Now, what I expect to see is, let's be patient with him to come and present the budget, and then all of those things that he did wrong, give him a chance to redress those things.
Okay.
But it's too early in the day to say you want to impeach him. If he fails to comply with the judgment of the Supreme Court, he will have shown himself that he's worthy of that position, because no governor has the right to disobey the judgment of the Supreme Court. No president has the right to do that. I always mention Obasanjo. When I mentioned Obasanjo, that the one guy said, only God knows what Obasanjo has done to you. I'm a historian. I talk with facts. I look at what has happened. I use it to argue my case. And I'm saying that even Obasanjo did not disobey the Supreme Court on the matter that troubled him the most, which is the matter of Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
He lost many cases during that period. If Obasanjo had his way, he would have said, Atiku Abubakar, you will not contest, because he didn't want Atiku to succeed him. Okay. But he still had to obey the Supreme Court, and Atiku's name appeared on the ballot.
Okay.
Less than 72 hours to the election. INEC had to let Atiku contest.
All right, Majid. Now I think one of the newspaper headlines here is 19 scenes of Governor Fubara. But talk to me. Are there any political maneuvers left for Governor Fubara and his deputy to wriggle out of this dilemma?
It's a very tough one. It's very, very tough. Those 19 infractions, or they say it's a letter of misconduct. To me, I summarize them to just about 6. It's not more than 6. Some
of them are related.
I mean, basically, it's failure to present the budget, and appointment of Attorney General. Then the demolition of
the House of
then the withdrawal of their allowances. Then spending without appropriation. So basically, those are
you should have been spending based on appropriation by a 3-man House of Assembly.
That is
because as far as it's concerned, there was appropriation.
Exactly.
Yes. So that's the thing. I think it's in one of those things that while disobeying the courts, he went to spend money that was passed by unknown persons. Okay. But of course, I mean, it passed to the 3 people as people who are not known to law. You see, that's why democracy, those who contrive democracy or governance are very brilliant in ensuring that, I mean, we have 3 legs to a government.
Exactly.
The executive, the judiciary,
and the legislature.
I mean, you cannot sideline or sidetrack or cut away one or any of the three legs of the triangle. And that's what the Supreme Court is saying indirectly that Fubara did.
Okay.
Because, see, the governor proclaims the House of Assembly at their inauguration. It is the governor that will proclaim it. It is the governor that will swear in the chief judge when he's assuming office of any state. But then it is also the chief judge of a state that will administer oath of office on the governor. But then it is the executive, led by the governor, that provides the wherewithal, the money, the spending for these two other arms. So their roles are interrelated, and each one is very important in its case. Now, for the lawmakers now, they need the concurrence of the judiciary to impeach the governor if it gets to impeachment.
Okay.
So they are interrelated. So, and like Jude said, what is the offense of the deputy governor? Yes, they are running a joint ticket, but you cannot say it is the governor that it is the governor that appoints commissioners, the Attorney General and other commissioners. Is the governor that presents a budget. He is not on vacation. So, what is the offense of the deputy governor? But in all of this, I see that a political solution is important. Like the president advised Fubara, he should stoop low. He has lost this. He has lost at the Supreme Court.
He should stoop to conquer.
He should stoop to conquer. So he should go to the elders. And this is where I expect the elders in the state, rather than taking camps, should come together and put the interests of Rivers people at heart by ensuring that there's a political solution to this that will not lead to an impeachment.
All right, now, BK, let's talk about Section 188 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which appears to be the legal premise with which the lawmakers instituted this. Now they've instituted it, they've sent it to the government, even though they said that they didn't receive it. I don't know what's... But what's supposed to happen next, now that they've sent it to the governor? What's the next step?
They have not indicated a desire to impeach yet. They just sent that information to him so that he will know that if they were to proceed with impeachment, they have grounds upon which they can do that. If they are ready, they know that they have to call the chief judge of the state to set up a panel that will look at what's it called? And if the chief judge's panel does not deem those offenses committed, the chief judge doesn't think that, the panel doesn't think that the governor is guilty, that's the end. They can't even bring it up. That's the end of it? Yes. Al-Makura was impeached by the House of Assembly in Nasarawa State because he was in the CPC, a very small party at the time, and the PDP members thoroughly dominated the assembly. But they couldn't remove him because the chief judge clearly was on the side of the governor and his panel didn't find him guilty. It was that fear that the chief judge of Ekiti would support Fayose that made the lawmakers at that time to suspend they removed the chief judge and put someone else in his place. Whereas they do not have the power. You cannot, it's the NJC that has the power to remove a judge. So that was what rendered the impeachment of Fayose a nullity. The Supreme Court ruled that that impeachment was not known to law because you can't build something on nothing.
On nothing.
And it pushed Obasanjo to invoke the legal law of state of emergency. Based on the 1999 Constitution, you cannot have a state of emergency that will send a governor packing, that will send elected representatives of the people at the state level packing for a period of time. that was an antiquated law.
Okay.
Nigerians will have challenged Obasanjo that this law does not exist. But he used it in a number of states.
Okay.
An illegal law was used to send fellowship packing. There is no such thing. And I still hear people say, declare state of emergency. Nobody can declare a state of emergency in Nigeria currently, because we now know the law.
Okay.
Although many people don't know. You can't declare a state of emergency and send a governor or House of Assembly members packing. No. Elected representatives of the people cannot be suspended from office in that manner, whereby you say all elected representatives, you are dissolving all political structures. 1999 Constitution does not prescribe that.
Okay.
What the 1999 Constitution precises in the state of emergency is that during that period,
yes,
you can arrest people for 90 days without trial. And Goodluck Jonathan did that in Borno State.
Okay.
And after a while, even the National Assembly got tired. They said, no, this state of emergency cannot continue. You can't have a state of emergency that sacks people from their elective positions. It was an illegal law that Obasanjo used and got away with it. But after that, no Nigerian president
has tried it.
No, if anybody tries it, that person will fail. It does not exist in our laws anymore.
Okay.
You can't use a 1963 law to be punishing people, to be sending people packing from their elective jobs.
All right, then. All right, it's a fine place for us to leave. Let's move straight to our next conversation. Security concerns in Nigeria's oil-producing region have resurfaced following an explosion on the Trans-Niger pipeline in Bodo community in Rivers State. The blast, which ripped through the mangrove on Monday night, has been extinguished, but authorities have launched an investigation into its cause. Police in Rivers State have arrested 2 suspects in connection with the explosion and taken others in for questioning. According to the spokesperson of the Rivers State Police Command, Grace Iringe Iroko, security operatives on night patrol observed the explosion at the border of Po and Bodo communities and promptly alerted the Shell Petroleum Development Company, SPDC, which operates the pipeline. While investigations are ongoing, authorities are working to determine whether the explosion was an accident or an act of sabotage. All right, Majid, there was an explosion at the Trans-Niger pipeline, in Rivers State. Yes, the police said 2 persons have been arrested, but talk to me. Your thoughts on this story?
Yeah, details are still a bit sketchy.
Yes.
But of course, we know it's a Shell Petroleum Development Company facility. That's the Trans-Niger pipeline that carries crude oil from one of its rigs or platforms. So, but basically, I don't want to believe that it is part of the fallouts of the political tension in Rivers that is causing this. I want to believe it's an accident which Shell has been able to put out, authorities have been able to put out. Of course, the police said they have arrested some 2 characters in relation to this. So, but until we have further details, I think I want to believe it should remain in the realm of speculation. Speculation that I don't want to believe that it's an attack on the facility.
Yeah, I don't want to believe that too. I don't.
But tension is rising, and everything should be done to ensure that the positives that we are getting from the increase in our
oil output
is sustained, especially knowing fully well that the Niger Delta is very key to our meeting our OPEC quota and also the crude benchmark. So these are quite important, and we need all the peace in the Niger Delta. And we don't want a situation where political crisis in the region will fuel this kind of a resurgence of the attacks we faced
on our oil installations.
On our installations.
Okay, yeah. BK, we don't want to even imagine it that it's because of a crisis, but protection of our oil pipelines is now key now. How should the federal government respond to a situation like this?
Well, let's not rule anything out.
Let's not rule
anything in. It is possible that this was carried out by some militants unhappy with the political situation in Rivers State, and those threats had been made again and again and again, you know. And if you look at recent history of the Niger Delta, this sort of sabotage is not new, especially sabotage directed at Nigeria's export terminals. They can carry out attacks in the deep sea, deep offshore attacks they can carry out. They know where the export terminals are. The major export terminals, they know where they are. Pipelines are crisscrossing the Niger Delta area. Some of them on the surface of the earth, some of them buried
under the sea.
No, buried in the soil.
Oh, on the soil, okay.
You know, you see children even running on top of pipelines. You know, some of those long winding pipelines. So sabotage can happen anytime. And beyond using technology, it is difficult for us to police those pipelines. You cannot completely police them. It's difficult. People have argued that perhaps we should have kept them buried far deeper in the sand than we've done now, because the way it is now is so easy to access. And sometimes it's even gas pipelines that these guys will go and rupture. And once you burst gas pipelines, you've wasted your time. You cannot.
Exactly.
You cannot.
You can't bottle it.
Yes. You cannot do. It's just a waste of time. You know. But at the end of the day, it will affect supply of gas to power stations. It will have all kinds of disruptive effect. So we want the crisis in the River State addressed, because I won't be surprised if these things begin to happen, because it doesn't take so much. These things are located in their communities. Even in Akwa Ibom, where we have so much crude oil, some of the terminals, some of the installations are located in areas inhabited by the Ijaws in Akwa Ibom. You know, each community will have their own areas where they have them in good numbers. So those pipelines are passing through. They are not, the Akwa Ibom is not necessarily an Ijaw state. But
they have Ijaw settlers.
Yes, and these pipelines are passing through some of those places. So there is a need to, I'm not saying we should succumb to blackmail. But the last time that they did this to us, we had to find a way to resolve the matter amicably. And our oil output went up again.
Absolutely.
That is what I want us to do now.
Exactly. Well, it's a fine place for us to leave it. BKO, thank you so much for joining us on the show. Moji Jani, appreciate you as always.
Thank you.
And that's it on Journalist Hangout today. Join us tomorrow for another episode of the program. You can watch the repeat broadcast of this episode tonight at 11. Join us on Sunday from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. for Journalist Hangout on Sunday. We are on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I am Benga Oreshegun. Bye for now, and God bless Nigeria.
Smooth Chapman is now in a new label. It's the same great taste, but with a fresh new look. Just grab a bottle of Smooth and smooth it. Smooth Chapman, available in stores near you.
Fresh label, same taste, smooth it, smooth it. Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Trade, security, revenue. How does the Nigeria Customs Service balance it all? Find out every Tuesday in the evening on Customs Duty, your ultimate guide to customs operations, trade facilitation, and national security. Join us as we break down customs policies, answer your questions, and bring you exclusive insights on customs operations. Stay informed, stay ahead. Customs Duty, every Tuesday at 6:30 in the evening, only on TVC.
Abnifebi Oguntoye, news anchor.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior